The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., June 24, 2022. I hereby appoint the Honorable Lucy McBath to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Eternal God, you created the world and called it good, and it was good. As we acknowledge that our heritage is deeply rooted in the first human beings, we ask your forgiveness. For like them, we have dared to challenge your supreme authority in favor of our own will. Like Cain, who murdered Abel with his hands because his heart had turned from you, even today our wills are set on our position, our power, and our pride. We weaponize the things at our hands and fail to humble our hearts to accept your peaceful design for community. Turn our wills, O God, from evil. Speak into our souls and save us from ourselves. For from the beginning of time, we have been the obstacles to peace and justice. From the smallest infraction against a colleague to the vengeance we call down on our enemies, we have been and remain responsible for the roadblocks to reconciliation. God, grant us your wisdom to live the righteous life you intended for our first ancestors. May your divine insight make our hearts pure, peace-loving, considerate, full of mercy, impartial, and sincere. Then may our deeds henceforth be born in the humility that comes from your eternal and gracious plan. In your merciful name we pray, and by your grace we live. Amen.
Amen. Pursuant to Section 11A of House Resolution 188, the Journal of the Last Day's Proceedings is approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 5 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. Purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you. Not at all. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the career of Raymond Jadzak, owner of PJ Auto Repair in Horsham, Pennsylvania, who is retiring on July the 9th. This year marks the 50th anniversary of PJ Auto Repair, a family-owned business led by Ray and his son, Samuel Jadzak. Born and raised in Jenkintown, Pennsylvania, and graduating from my alma mater too, Abington High School, in 1968, Raymond grew up in a mechanically inclined household, often working on cars as a teenager with his late father, John. After high school, he turned his passion into a lifelong career. At just 22, Ray opened an Arco gas and repair service business. He was one of the youngest Arco franchises in the Philadelphia region. And in 1982, Ray was recognized by the National Institute for Automotive Service Excellence as Mechanic of the Year. For 5 decades, PJ Auto Repair has helped thousands while creating jobs in our district. As he prepares to hand off his business to his son, Sam, I rise to congratulate Raymond on a long and distinguished career of serving our community. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield the remainder of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor Mashama Bailey for her achievement of receiving the prestigious James Beard Award for Outstanding Chef. Mashama is a renowned chef at the Gray in Savannah, Georgia, where she has served Southern cuisine since 2014. She traveled to many locations around the world, perfecting her culinary craft, and uses what she has learned to showcase the amazing taste of Southern cuisine. The James Beard Award was established to highlight the exceptional talent and achievements in the culinary arts. Mashama also received the James Beard Award for Best Chef Southeast back in 2019. Throughout her career, she has taken the fine dining world by storm through her exceptional dishes that have helped put Savannah among some of the best culinary spots in the nation. Mashama's commitment to her passion has fed many Savannahans some of the best food in the world, and she is an inspiration to the 1st Congressional District. Congratulations, Mashama, and good luck in your future endeavors. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, supply chain disruptions caused by the pandemic have contributed to rising prices across America. These disruptions included considerable congestion at our ports last year. In this void, the Port of Cleveland, in my district, increased its tonnage by nearly 70%, helping to keep goods moving across America and beyond. Yet, even as congestion has eased, international shipping companies have been charging extremely high fees to transport goods. This is driving up costs on store shelves and hurting our small businesses while leaving key products waiting on our docks. Last week, the House passed and President Biden signed into law the bipartisan Ocean Shipping Reform Act. The law cracks down on these unfair shipping fees. This will help goods get in and out of docks like the Port of Cleveland quicker. It will reduce costs for families, and it will level the playing field for our businesses. I call that a win-win. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition? Without objection.
Madam Speaker, after nearly 25 years of service as president of the Pennsylvania College of Technology, Dr. Davy Jane Gilmore is retiring. During her accomplished tenure, Dr. Gilmore has guided Penn College through challenges, growth, and innovation, ultimately shaping the institution into a national leader in applied technology education. Penn College has stepped up in a big way to develop Pennsylvania's workforce and close the skills gap, largely due to Dr. Gilmore's vision and commitment to giving students the tools to excel in high-demand fields. Dr. Gilmore and I share that vision, and I have enjoyed working with Penn College in Congress to develop policies that bring job creators and the workforce closer together, expand opportunities for career and technical education, and promote economic development and spur job creation. I thank Dr. Gilmore for her service, vision, and tireless commitment to Penn College's important mission. I wish Dr. Gilmore all the best in her future endeavors. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to applaud President Biden and House Democrats' efforts to lower the cost of goods for hardworking American families. As we've seen, war criminal Putin has caused price hikes by way of his cruel war on Ukraine. As a result, Americans are seeing rising costs at the gas pump, in the grocery stores, and across the shelves of stores. While extreme MAGA Republicans have chosen to play the blame game, President Biden and House Democrats have decided to take action. And together, we are delivering results. We've passed key bills, like the Lower Food and Fuel Costs Act, which will strengthen supply chains and produce cleaner and cheaper gas. This will lead to lower prices. You see, Democrats are laser focused on lowering costs for hardworking families, not helping greedy billionaires and greedy companies. Together, we will continue building a better America. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the body for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a strong advocate and fighter for the Second Amendment, I cannot support the Senate's gun control bill. The legislation is simply another attempt to blame law-abiding gun owners instead of holding accountable the disturbed criminals who are carrying out despicable acts of violence. The gun control bill would strengthen red flag laws, which take away individuals' due process rights, while allowing law enforcement to remove guns from individuals at the request of an expansive list of acquaintances. In America, a person is innocent until proven guilty. But liberal Democrats, they don't see it quite that way. The presumption of innocence, the foundation of our criminal justice system, apparently does not apply to law-abiding gun owners in the world of the Democrats' vision. I will fight tooth and nail to protect families from Washington Democrats' relentless attacks on the freedom and our way of life.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Otherwise, extend my remarks. Madam Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the George McGovern Robert Dole International Food for Education and Child Nutrition Program. 20 years ago, Congress established McGovern Dole as a permanent program under USDA in the 2002 Farm Bill. McGovern Dole provides at least one nutritious school meal to some of the world's most vulnerable children. It is a life-changing program that has improved the food security, nutrition, literacy, and education of 31 million children, their families, and communities, building goodwill towards the American people in over 48 countries. With the support of American farmers, ranchers, and millers, McGovern Dole programs are carried out by NGOs, the UN World Food Program, and local partners with U.S. financial and technical assistance, and U.S. and locally purchased food commodities. Congressman Tracy Mann and I have introduced HRES 1156 to continue the McGovern Dole program and build upon its 20 years of success. I invite all of my colleagues to co-sponsor and support this resolution. I yield back.
Does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell has confirmed what we knew all along. Inflation isn't because of Putin's disgraceful invasion of Ukraine. It's because of President Biden's and congressional Democrats' reckless spending. Earlier this week, during a Senate Banking Committee hearing, my friend and fellow Tennessean, Senator Bill Hagerty, pointed out that inflation had already risen to 7%, well before the war in Ukraine. He asked Chair Powell if, quote, the war in Ukraine is the primary driver of inflation. Chair Powell responded, quote, no, inflation was high before, certainly before the war in Ukraine broke out, close quote. This isn't a Putin price hike. It's Bidenflation. And the Biden administration and congressional Democrats and their allies in the mainstream media need to stop with the misdirection and misleading excuses. Thankfully, Tennesseans are smart and can recognize the difference. Taking responsibility for mistakes, followed by straight talk, are necessary prerequisites for getting us out of this mess and are our minimum expectation for the President of the United States. President Biden must do better. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection.
Madam Speaker, our children are hungry, and I rise to support hungry children and to end their hunger. I rise to support the Keep Kids Fed Act of 2022. 1 in every 7 households with children struggle to get enough food on the table. Just weeks into our pandemic, which still continues, 1 in every 3 households with children and nearly half of all mothers struggle to feed our children. And so it is crucial that we take an emergency action to immediately stop the hunger in this nation. And certainly we should look to around the world as well. Congress must extend the key flexibilities. And so this legislation provides nationwide waiver authority, allows waivers related to the summer food program. In my district, all of the school districts have children that are in need of food, both breakfast, lunch, and dinner. stop hungry children from suffering and pass this legislation and end hunger for children as we know it. The work must continue. Hungry children cannot be what America is defined as, and they must be safe. I ask my colleagues to join me in stopping hunger in America in our children and families.
Gentlelady's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Request permission to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Miss Laura Mulligan Thomas. On May 18, 2022, Lauren Mulligan Thomas, alongside her students, presented her final concert as director of the Charlottesville High School Orchestra. After a 40-year career at Charlottesville High School, Miss Thomas will begin her retirement on June 30, 2022. She began in 1982 with a group of just 8 CHS students as part of the CHS Orchestra. Now that orchestra includes over 100 students and is internationally recognized. Ms. Thomas has received a number of awards, including winning the 2022 American String Teachers Association's Elizabeth A.H. Green School Educator Award. But beyond the accolades she has received, I specifically want to thank her for her commitment to supporting the students of Charlottesville High School. Perhaps the greatest testament to Ms. Thomas's work is knowing that many of her students have gone on to become music teachers just like her. I want to thank Laura Mulligan Thomas for her dedication to Charlottesville High School and her community. I wish her the best in her retirement. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair lays before the House of Communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, Madam. Pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, the clerk received the following message from the Secretary of the Senate on June 23, 2022 at 11:30 p.m. that the Senate passed Senate 4261, that the Senate agrees to the House of Representatives amendment with further amendments, that the Senate agrees to the House of Representatives amendments with a further amendment, Senate 2089. Signed sincerely, Kevin McCumber, Deputy Clerk.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I send to the desk a privileged report from the Committee on Rules for filing under the rule.
The clerk will report the title.
Report to accompany House Resolution 1204, resolution providing for consideration of the Senate amendments to the House amendment to the bill, Senate 2938, to designate the United States Courthouse and Federal Building located at 111 North Adams Street in Tallahassee, Florida, as the Joseph Woodrow Hatchett United States Courthouse and Federal Building, and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the Senate amendment to the House amendment to the bill, Senate 2089, to amend the Families First Coronavirus Response Act to extend child nutrition waiver authority and for other purposes, relating to consideration of the Senate amendment to the bill, H.R. 4346, making appropriations for legislative branch for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2022, and for other purposes,
Referred to the House calendar and ordered printed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, by direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 1204 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 84, House Resolution 1204. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to take from the Speaker's table the bill, Senate 2938, to designate the United States Courthouse and Federal Building located at 111 North Adams Street in Tallahassee, Florida, as the Joseph Woodrow Hatchett United States Courthouse and Federal Building, and for other purposes, with the Senate amendments to the House amendment thereto, and to consider in the House without intervention of any point of order a single motion offered by the Chair of the Committee on the Judiciary or his designee that the House concur in the Senate amendments to the House amendment. The Senate amendments and the motion shall be considered as read. The motion shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the Chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the motion to its adoption without intervening motion or demand for division of the question. Section 2. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to take from the Speaker's table the bill Senate 2089 to amend the Families First Coronavirus Response Act to extend child nutrition waiver authority and for other purposes, with a Senate amendment to the House amendment thereto, and to consider in the House without intervention of any point of order a motion offered by the Chair of the Committee on Education and Labor or his designee that the House concur in the Senate amendment to the House amendment. The Senate amendment and the motion shall be considered as read. The motion shall be debatable for 10 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and Labor or their respective designees. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the motion to its adoption without intervening motion. Section 3. Upon adoption of this resolution, the House shall be considered to have taken from the Speaker's table the bill, H.R. 4346, making appropriations for legislative branch for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2022, and for other purposes, with a Senate amendment thereto, and to have concurred in the Senate amendment with an amendment consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 117-53. Section 4. House Resolution 1132 is hereby adopted.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 1 hour.
Madam Speaker, for purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purposes of debate only. I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, earlier today, the Rules Committee met and reported a rule, House Resolution 1204, for 2 measures. First, it provides for consideration of the Senate amendments to House Amendment to S. 2938, the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. The rule makes in order a motion offered by the Chair of the Committee on the Judiciary that the House concur in the Senate amendments and provides 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the Chair and Ranking Member of the Committee on the Judiciary. Second, the rule provides for consideration of the Senate amendment to the House Amendment to S. 2089, the Keep Kids Fed Act of 2022. The rule makes in order a motion offered by the Chair of the Committee on Education and Labor that the House concur in the Senate amendment and provides 10 minutes of debate equally divided and controlled by the Chair and Ranking Member of the Committee on Education and Labor. And finally, the rule deems passage of House Resolution 1132 and deems that the House concurs in the Senate amendment to H.R. 4346 with an amendment. Madam Speaker, let me first say that I am so disappointed with where this school meals extension landed. You know, we had a bipartisan, bicameral agreement in place, a measure that, in my opinion, didn't go far enough, but I was willing to support it because we have a hunger cliff looming in 6 days. It passed the House yesterday by a vote of 376 to 42. And then one senator decided to hold up the bill, a bill to give kids free meals over the summer and provide administrative flexibilities and extra funding to schools in the fall. The objection? A provision that gave free meals at school for kids at 185% of poverty or below. For a family of 4, that is a family with a maximum total household income of just over $50,000 a year. What a rotten thing to do. And I can't say the words I'd like to use on the House floor to describe just how callous this is. So let me just say this. It takes a real jerk to take food out of the mouth of kids. I'm going to support this bill. The stakes are too high for us not to support it. And there are a lot of good provisions in here. Provisions that extend the flexibilities and provide a reimbursement rate increase to schools to help them continue serving kids nutritious meals and extend universal free meals over the summer. But I'm going to continue fighting like hell at every chance to make sure that every child gets a free breakfast and lunch as part of their school day. Food is a right. I believe it's a fundamental human right. And for kids living in poverty, school meals are sometimes the only nutritious food that they have access to. And I want to thank my friends Chairman Scott and Chairwoman Stabenow for their work in averting the hunger cliff and getting free meals to kids this summer. I want to thank Speaker Pelosi for her incredible leadership. I want to thank Chairwoman Rosa DeLauro for her persistence on this. You know, they are all dedicated to ending hunger, especially among children. And I'm going to continue to work with them until we finally end hunger in this country once and for all. In addition, Madam Speaker, let me just say that this is a historic moment. We are on the threshold of passing the first major overhaul over federal gun safety legislation in decades. This bill that we will soon vote on will save lives, and it couldn't come at a more important time. As the American people are demanding that we do more to prevent gun violence, the Supreme Court is recklessly striking down gun safety laws that have been on the books for over a century. As the American people look to Congress to take action to prevent the next mass shooting, House Republican leaders are caving to the gun lobby, whipping against a bipartisan, bicameral agreement of common-sense gun safety measures that an overwhelming majority of the American people support. Despite what you'll hear on the floor today, the American people get it. They know the terrible toll gun violence has taken on communities all across this country. Over 100 per day killed by guns. More children killed with a gun in the last 2 decades than on-duty police officers and active-duty military combined. The list of mass shootings and tragedy grows longer and longer by the month. Yet, if you talk to Republicans here in the House, you'd think we're living in an alternative universe. Just this week, most Republicans voted down a bill to alert people when a mass shooting was happening near them. Let me repeat that. Just this week, Republicans voted down a bill to alert people when a mass shooting was happening near them. Are you kidding me? What kind of people don't even want you to know which way to run if there's a shooting nearby? I am so sick and tired of the stranglehold that the gun lobby and their blood money has on the Republican Party. Enough is enough. The time has come for action. The time has come for us to put aside politics and actually do the right thing. I want to commend the many Republicans who have done just that. Now, I don't think I could agree with Senator Mitch McConnell on where to go to have lunch. But he said that the Safer Communities Act is a, and I quote, a common sense package of popular steps that will help make these horrifying incidents less likely while fully upholding the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding citizens. That's Mitch McConnell. Senator Lindsey Graham, and we're polar opposites, he said, let me quote, "The legislation is not perfect, but we must not let the perfect become the enemy of the good," end quote. That's Lindsey Graham. Even here in the House, some courageous Republicans have said that they will support this bill. Like Congressman Tony Gonzalez, who said, and I quote, "It's my duty to pass laws that never infringe on the Constitution while protecting the lives of the innocent," end quote. I mean, the U.S. Senate is notorious for not being able to build a consensus around solutions to fix the most straightforward of problems. Yet here they have come up with a reasonable, bipartisan deal on a contentious issue. And I think it is shameful, quite frankly, that GOP leader McCarthy and his team are parroting the gun lobby's talking points. But what I find even more disappointing, frankly, are the crocodile tears about bipartisanship from the GOP. You know, when they vote time and time again against substantial bipartisan deals like this one. No, so please spare us the lectures. Nothing in this bill is new. Nothing in this bill is controversial. These ideas have been around for decades, and they're what the American people want. So if people are worried about backlash back home, this is an opportunity for you to correct the record. Go home and tell the truth, that this bill does nothing to infringe on the Second Amendment, and it doesn't punish law-abiding gun owners. This country is crying out for action. Americans are begging us to work together to protect our kids and our communities. I know I'm asking you to vote against your party's leadership, I know that's a tough spot to put some of my Republican friends in, but I think at the end of the day, you owe it to yourself to consider this one idea. What if this bill stops even one mass shooting from happening? Is a no vote worth the lives of your constituents? Don't listen to those who are spreading crazy conspiracy theories, saying that this is going to lead to everybody's guns getting taken away. I mean, we hear that over and over and over again. Listen to your GOP colleagues who helped write this bill and who passed it over in the Senate. Listen to the American people who overwhelmingly support this bill. And then listen to your conscience. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the representative from Massachusetts and the distinguished chair of the Rules Committee for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, S 2938, as amended in the Senate, is at its core an effort to chip away at the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding citizens. It has received no hearings, no committee process, and has only recently been released in bill form for the public to review. It came to us very early this morning, and the Senate passed it late last night, and my colleagues expect us to vote on this bill later today, despite the egregious procedural violations. But unfortunately for the American people, that is not a unique development here in Congress. I am disappointed that this is the way the majority has chosen to proceed, with legislation with no hearing and no public input. The bill provides $750 million over 5 years in federal JAG grant funding to states for crisis intervention proceedings, including state-level red flag programs. However, this bill fails to provide explicit due process requirements. We have seen in places where red flag laws have been adopted that these types of laws always infringe on the constitutional rights of law-abiding gun owners. This ambiguous language contains insufficient guardrails to ensure that the money is actually going towards keeping guns out of the hands of criminals or preventing mass violence. Vague red flag laws are ripe for abuse and can become extremely dangerous. For example, a person could have just gotten out of an abusive relationship and has had a firearm to defend themselves against their ex-partner. Their abusive partner could report this individual and have their firearm taken away, putting the victim at even greater risk. This bill also includes provisions that will lead to enhanced scrutiny of certain adults based on their age before they can exercise their constitutionally guaranteed rights. There are no other constitutional rights in which we require enhanced screening of certain adults based solely on their age. There's also surprisingly little in this bill that actually focuses on making schools safer. The bill does nothing to help provide for additional school resource officers. I suspect this is due to the fact that some of my Democrat colleagues are still incapable of supporting funding for additional law enforcement officers, even in our children's schools. Lastly, we know that this is just the tip of the iceberg. President Biden and my Democrat colleagues have made it abundantly clear that this is just, and I quote, a small step towards their larger gun-grabbing agenda. The action of this administration's Department of Justice, FBI, and ATF have completely whittled away the confidence of gun-owning Americans that the provisions in these bills will not be abused beyond their stated scope. House Republicans are committed to identifying and solving the root causes of violent crimes and bolstering school security, but doing so must not infringe upon the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding citizens. For example, just earlier this week, we voted on the bipartisan Restoring Hope for Mental Health and Well-Being Act. This bill contains the bulk of the mental health care provisions included in the Senate bill without infringing on the Second Amendment rights. In this case, the bill we are considering under this rule is not only a blatant infringement on lawful gun owners' Second Amendment rights, but an unnecessary duplication of the bipartisan work we have already done. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and for these reasons, I oppose the rule and ask the members to do the same. I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
So, Madam Speaker, let me just say that it is a little frustrating to kind of hear my colleagues imply that somehow we're moving too fast after decades of inaction, of doing absolutely nothing. You know, and after massacre after massacre after massacre, doing nothing, and now we're being accused of moving too fast. When I talk about the process, there have been countless hearings on gun violence and on measures to combat gun violence in a variety of committees here. And we had a committee hold a hearing with a young girl from Uvalde who told members of Congress that she had to cover herself with the blood of her dead classmate and pretend that she was dead in order to escape being killed herself. I mean, we have heard from law enforcement officials. We've heard from grieving parents. So, this is, nothing in this bill is controversial. I mean, people have seen the text of this bill has been available since Tuesday. It's not that complicated. So when people say process, oh, we just need more time, and we should do more hearings, and we should do this, and we should do that. No. I mean, this is the, put up or shut up time for all of us. This is an opportunity that we cannot miss. So, the choice for members on both sides is simple. I mean, we're either going to do something, and again, this is way more modest than anything that I would suggest that we do, but we're either going to do something or we're going to do the same old, nothing. I yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Pennsylvania and a member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Scanlon.
Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Madam Speaker. The American people know that we cannot sit idly by and watch preventable gun deaths happen day after day, year after year. Over the past few weeks, I've heard from hundreds of constituents of all ages, all walks of life, who are demanding action to reduce gun violence. When our framers gathered in Philadelphia to write the Constitution, they were explicit about the purposes of the entire document: to establish justice, to ensure domestic tranquility, to provide for the common defense, not individual Armageddon, and to promote the general welfare and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. With those words, our government was created to meet the needs of the people. But how can we meet the needs of the people if we don't take action to prevent them from being gunned down in their schools, workplaces, houses of worship, or neighborhood streets? How can we be faithful to the purposes of the Constitution while allowing the routine terrorization and slaughter of our children, neighbors, teachers, doctors, and seniors? I refuse to tell the American people, and particularly our children, that they must be sacrificial lambs to a twisted theory of armed Second Amendment liberty that defies the express purposes of our Constitution by undermining the general welfare and destroying domestic tranquility. The American people know as well as we do that the time is now to act. The Safer Communities Act is a minimal first step in taking action to keep our children and communities safe, but after 30 years of Senate inaction, it is a step, and we know that it should not be the last. Our children deserve a brighter future in which they can enjoy the blessings of liberty instead of being traumatized by active shooter drills and actual active shooters. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would just like to mention that my distinguished colleague repeatedly talks about how this is not controversial. And if it is not controversial, then committee hearings held by the majority should not be a problem. And so I would ask again that we follow the procedures of the House. And Madam Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to immediately consider Congressman Hudson's Stop 2 Act, critical legislation that addresses two issues that both sides of the aisle should be able to agree on: hardening for schools and active shooter training, law enforcement, and mental health funding. I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment in the record, along with extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
It's without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Republicans are committed to addressing the tragedy of these school shootings, but we cannot and should not impede the constitutional rights of law-abiding citizens. This is not a matter of Democrat or Republican. It is a matter of what is in the Constitution. Congressman Hudson's legislation is something we can pass right now, today, that will have immediate positive effects, keeping students safe while getting Americans the mental health resources they need. Many of these solutions are included in the bill we are considering under the rule, but Congressman Hudson's solution achieves the same outcome without infringing on our Second Amendment rights. To speak further on the amendment, I yield 10 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina, the bill's sponsor.
Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to oppose the previous question so that we can immediately consider my bill, H.R. 7966, the Stop 2, Secure Every School, and Protect Our Nation's Children's Act. It's an honor to be here today. In fact, what an honor the people of North Carolina's 8th Congressional District have bestowed on me to allow me to be their representative here in the United States Congress. You know, as I walked the halls of this Capitol building this morning, I couldn't help but think of the great American patriots who have served here before us. And I think about the patriots that came before, who pledged their lives, their property, and their sacred honor so that we could live in the freedom and prosperity we enjoy today. People like Patrick Henry, who famously said, "Give me liberty or give me death." The courage of our founders, the faith, the strength of their convictions, the belief in an ideal, indeed an idea, that all people are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights. And they devised a Constitution that protects and guarantees these rights. It's an incredible thing to think about. The legacy they have left in the hands of this, the 117th Congress. Each one of us swore an oath when we accepted this office. It wasn't an oath to a person or a political party. It was an oath to defend the Constitution. The issue before us today, what can we do? No, what should we do in face of the challenge before us, this epidemic of children taking the lives of other children in our schools? Every single one of us grieves for these lives taken. As the father of an elementary school child, my heart aches for the lives lost and the unimaginable pain and grief felt by those who love them. Neither party cares more about this. Neither political party has a monopoly on wanting to do something. That's why Republicans have come to the table with ideas that will actually get to some of the root causes of this violence. More than 12 pieces of legislation have been introduced by Republican members of this House to strengthen background checks, to improve law enforcement coordination and response, to address the mental health needs of our children, to make schools safer, and to prevent this violence. To date, my colleagues across the aisle have been unwilling to engage with us, to seek consensus, to work together to solve this problem. Just a few weeks ago, the majority party brought forth a package of gun control measures. This legislation targeted the constitutional rights of law-abiding citizens. This legislation did nothing to address the security in our schools. It did nothing to provide better mental health resources to improve the ability of school officials and law enforcement to intervene with these children in crisis. But it did let a lot of people around here feel better because they could go home and say, "We did something." Over in the Senate, they aren't even considering this reckless package of bills. But Republicans and Democrats in the Senate did attempt to work together to find a solution. And there are many things that I like about this Senate legislation. In fact, I'm flattered that they use much of the mental health and school safety provisions for my legislation. But as much as we feel the need to do something to tackle this problem, we cannot forget that oath that we all took on the first day of this Congress. Our highest calling as member of Congress is to defend the Constitution. And that is where this legislation sent to us by the Senate falls short. This open-ended gun control legislation opens the door to federal funding of state red flag laws. First of all, these laws don't work. I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a list of 12 mass shootings that have taken place in states that already have red flag laws.
Without objection.
The state with the most mass shootings on my list is California. California has the most restrictive gun laws in America. California already has a red flag law. But more important to this debate, red flag laws subvert due process protections and threaten the constitutional rights of law-abiding citizens. Why would we agree to borrow more money that we don't have so that the federal government can give it to states to enact laws that don't work and that actually threaten the rights of our citizens? Why would we do that? Second, this legislation singles out law-abiding citizens under the age of 21 by giving the government discretion to delay for any reason their constitutionally protected right to a firearm, a right, by the way, affirmed yet again by the Supreme Court just yesterday. We all want to keep firearms out of the hands of people that shouldn't have them. And I'm willing to consider ways to better identify people with mental health challenges. But I cannot help but think about that 20-year-old paratrooper stationed at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. Our nation entrusts them to defend us with an automatic weapon or a multi-million-dollar weapon system, but we can't trust them with a semi-automatic weapon to defend themselves in their own home. What about their 20-year-old spouse back home in Spring Lake, North Carolina, alone because our paratrooper has deployed in service of our nation? Are we to tell this spouse that the government doesn't trust you to defend your home? Instead, we're going to delay your purchase for 10 days. At the end of the 10 days, the government doesn't even have to get back to the gun owner or the gun store. Let that gun dealer decide if they want to take a risk on selling you this firearm while an FBI investigation is still open. No, this is a de facto ban on gun sales to law-abiding citizens under the age of 21. Third, this legislation also broadens firearm prohibitions for misdemeanors and nonviolent offenders. I think most of us can agree. Someone convicted of beating up their spouse ought to be put on the background check system. The law extends this to misdemeanor assault on a spouse or someone with whom you share a child. But we have to be careful when we're talking about taking away a constitutionally protected right over other misdemeanors. The language in this bill is so broad, it can include nonviolent offenders. And I'm concerned that the due process protections are simply not there. So what are we proposing today? Let's set aside these controversial, unconstitutional provisions that divide us. Let's unite around the idea that we're going to tackle the real causes of this violence. These school shootings are almost always done by a young male, often from a single parent or no parent home. They've experienced some trauma in their life. Most are likely on some behavioral medication. And they've shown plenty of signs of being in crisis. Yet effective intervention and mental health treatment did not happen. So let's start there. Today, I rise to propose we defeat this previous question and replace the Senate language with H.R. 7966. This legislation builds on the Stop School Violence Act, signed into law in 2018, by providing $1 billion in grants to hire more school resource officers. It provides $1 billion to hire mental health guidance counselors so that schools have the resources to intervene with these children in crisis. Imagine if we had been able to intervene with the shooter in Uvalde before he dropped out of high school. This legislation includes $5 billion to fund Stop School Violence programs to make schools safer, to provide active shooter training to law enforcement, and to better equip school officials and students and law enforcement to intervene before one of these students reaches the breaking point. This $7 billion is paid for by redirected, unspent COVID-19 funds that have already been approved. Also, under my legislation, schools can apply for a threat assessment to identify weaknesses in their security and to assess the mental health services at the school. We would also codify a clearinghouse at Homeland Security to collect and share best practices for school safety. These are practical, common sense solutions that we should all be able to agree will have a real impact. I agree with my friend, now is our moment. Today, we can come together, Republicans and Democrats, and really address these issues in a meaningful way. And we can do this while at the same time keeping the promise made by the sacrifice and the courage of our founders, by upholding our pledge on the first day in office to defend this Constitution. I urge my colleagues to vote against the previous question so that we can immediately consider this important legislation. Thank you. God bless you. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, let me just say a couple of words in response to the gentleman from North Carolina. He just said that Democrats and Republicans should come together. Well, they did. I mean, Mitch McConnell is a Republican. Lindsey Graham is a Republican. Tony Gonzalez is a Republican. I mean, Republicans and Democrats have come together like they never have before on this issue. I mean, so I don't really, maybe my Republican friends ought to get together with their Republican friends and try to work it out on their side. But Democrats and Republicans have come together. And I'm having trouble with following the gentleman's logic when he basically implies that if we can't do something to stop all shootings, then maybe it's not worth doing anything. Nobody is saying that what we are doing today will prevent every shooting. What we are saying today is it will prevent some. What we are saying today is it will protect lives. And in the aftermath of Uvalde and Buffalo, people all across this country, regardless of their politics, were so horrified that they're demanding that we act. And again, as I said at the outset, I would have preferred that we do more. But I understand that we can only get done what we can get done in the reality in which we're living in here in the Congress. And in the Senate, you need 10 Republicans, to get permission to have a cup of coffee. Fact of the matter is, there's a process over there that has prevented even a debate on gun safety legislation because of the filibuster. But a number of Republican senators came together because they listened to their constituents, and I think they finally said, we have to do something. So, the idea that, no one's saying that this will stop every shooting, but under that logic, why do we have fire departments? We have fire departments if there's still fires. Why do we have seatbelt laws? We have seatbelt laws, and there's still people that get killed in car crash fatalities. I mean, the bottom line is we have them because they save some lives, and it's worth it. And then, I just have to say what is particularly ironic here. As I said at the outset, every item in this bipartisan package, there's been a hearing on at some point. I mean, none of these ideas are new. So there has been a process. But what I find particularly ironic is as we're being lectured about, we need more time, we need more hearings, the gentlelady says that we should bring up the gentleman's bill and consider it immediately with no hearings, with no process. I mean, I get whiplash just trying to follow the logic of my friends on the other side. But the bottom line is, as I said, this is, and we're either going to do something or we're not. And those who are arguing for delaying this more and more and more are the same people who will never vote for it. And so with that, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
Let me thank the chairman very much, and for the expeditious way in which the Rules Committee realized that we're in crisis. Let me just start by saying, to stop the carnage and the bloodshed, I rise in support of the bipartisan Safer Communities Act, and since I know that this Congress has vision and it has passion, to move as well the Protect Our Kids Act as we go forward in the future. I realize that this bipartisan effort is historic, particularly in light of the Supreme Court decision which took history and literally shattered the constitutional privileges of life and liberty by suggesting that laws that under Heller were legal could not be in place. The legislation that is going to come before us will, in fact, emphasize that we want to save lives. And so I support this effort going forward, because I want to say to the grieving families of Buffalo, the grieving families of Mother Emanuel, the grieving families in Uvalde, the parent who spoke to me just 2 nights ago, whose daughter bled out, that we are listening. I also rise today to support HRES 1132, which says to the world that the United States Congress calls on the government of Russia, the Russian Federation, to immediately release Brittany Griner. This bill was introduced by myself, Congressman Stanton, and Congressman Allred, because we realize this young woman who grew up and was born in Houston, Texas, who was a 2-time Olympian, who was a renowned WNBA player, is now wrongfully detained in Russia. She's had a prolific collegiate career and went to Nimitz High School and Baylor University. She is someone who has been known to be generous in her community by providing an outstanding program that helps young people. She has a heart and soul shoe drive. She's an American's American. We ask that you support this resolution 1132 to release Brittany Griner now. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just wanted to point out to the gentleman from Massachusetts that the majority solely holds the power to give a bill a hearing. And I am sure I can speak on behalf of the gentleman from North Carolina that he would be happy to be granted a hearing on his bill and would love to have that done, given that you are in control of those hearings. With that, Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, excuse me, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas.
Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the lady. Madam Speaker, it's a privilege to be here. This is a somber time. Yes, the Senate has sent us some over, again, that we never get to really look into before we have to vote on the House. I actually have a bill, H.R. 7909, that I think y'all would be interested in if I had gotten to speak to it in the Rules Committee this morning. It does 3 things. It says to our law enforcement retired professionals, if they want to get a part-time job as an armed resource officer with the school district, they don't have to pay Social Security, withholding taxes, FICA, none of that. The second thing that it does, so they don't get thrown into a higher income tax bracket. The second thing it does is it allows schools to hire an absolute professional, a retired law enforcement professional, at a reduced rate because they don't have to match Social Security, withholding, and FICA. But third and most importantly, what it does is it gives the students and the teachers and the staff of that facility first-class armed protection in that school system and in that school district so that when and if this happens, they've got a professional there. May 18th, 2018, it was a Friday. 10 people were killed in Santa Fe High School in my district. John Barnes, police officer, an armed police officer, was there within 3 minutes. He came around to confront the gunman, and the gunman pretty much eviscerated his right arm with a shotgun. Other police officers showed up quickly. We can do this with help to the school districts. We can get armed professional police officers there to help protect our school, the kids, teachers, and the staff. It doesn't have to be about violating the Second Amendment. It doesn't have to be about taking away gun rights. This is one simple thing. I would urge my colleagues to look at that bill, See if they're interested in it, because it's one way we can help. And with that, I thank the gentlelady, and Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I just want to take a moment to recognize and thank a longtime rules staffer who will be leaving us next week to head for the Department of Commerce as their Director of Legislative Affairs. Rose Laughlin, who is next to me, has been with the Rules Committee for 8 years, starting as an intern with the late Congresswoman and Chairwoman Louise Slaughter. Rose was Ms. Slaughter's right-hand woman, and Rose, I know that Louise is terribly proud of all of your accomplishments and all of your dedication to the people of this country. I think it's fitting today that Rose is here, because this will be her last rule on the House floor. But it's fitting that she's here because this is a historic measure, a historic bipartisan measure on gun reform that will actually make it to the President's desk. And no one on this committee has worked harder or more thoughtfully over the years for gun reform than Rose. So her dependable, resourceful, collaborative attitude has made this work easier for us all. And this institution and those we serve are better off because of her dedication to public service. And Rose, you always will have a home here at the Capitol. We're going to miss you, but we're excited about continuing to work with you in your new role. And we're very, very proud of you, and I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and we join the chair in wishing Rose the best in her future endeavors, so thank you for that. And I am prepared to close. Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Republicans want to ensure that our schools and communities are safe, but today, the lack of hearings, the lack of public input, the lack of procedure offends our duty to our constituents and our oath to defend the Constitution. And we are not willing to subvert constitutional rights of law-abiding Americans like this bill would do. There are solutions to prevent tragedies like we have seen without affecting law-abiding gun owners. We can pass those today, and that both sides can agree on. Unfortunately, the legislation provided under the rule attaches these solutions to unconstitutional and misguided policies that are, and I quote, a small step in the Democrats' broader gun control agenda. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I oppose the rule, and I ask members to do the same. I yield the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota yields. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I urge all my colleagues, Democrats and Republicans, to vote for this bipartisan bill. Not that long. People have had it since Tuesday. It's been posted since Tuesday. As I said, it's not everything that I think needs to be done, and certainly it's not everything that we've passed in this House. But it's a start. And if we pass this and we send it to the President for his signature and it becomes law, it will save lives. And it's what the American people want. I have talked to so many families who have lost loved ones to gun violence. You know, I've watched the hearings in which grieving parents and brothers and sisters, you know, have talked about how horrific it was to lose a loved one to gun violence, begging us to do something so that no other family has to go through that. And for years, all of those pleas have fallen on deaf ears. And when we've even tried to get anything done here, modest legislation, we've sent it over the Senate, and we couldn't get the 60 votes to even have a discussion on the Senate floor. That just changed. And it changed, I think, because people are so horrified about what just recently happened, but what's been happening time and time and time again in this country. And I think the question for everybody here is not about, does this violate the Second Amendment, or is this taking away guns from lawful gun owners? It's not. That's all garbage. It really is. That's not what this is about. You know, I get it. The gun lobby is making phone calls and threatening to hold back checks if people somehow don't frustrate this bill so that it can't get to the president's desk. But God, we were elected to help people, to protect people. And if we, and in the Senate, we have this remarkable bipartisan collaboration. And in the House, there are Republicans who have supported sensible gun safety legislation. You know, I hope this is an overwhelmingly bipartisan vote in the House. I know that it may not be because the leadership here has urged Republican members to oppose this. I regret that very much. But, you know, when people say that this is somehow, you know, a kind of left-wing bill, I mean, Mitch McConnell, I mean, Lindsey Graham, give me a break. I mean, this is a truly bipartisan bill. It's a compromise. And to suggest that, oh, we need more hearings on a bill, on a compromise that every single topic in this compromise has had hearings on before, to suggest that we do that by people who don't want this to move to begin with, you know, come on. So this is the, you know, put up or shut up movement for people here. We're either going to do something or we're going to do nothing. We've been doing nothing for years. And, you know, I urged early in my opening that, you know, that people think long and hard before they vote. Consult your conscience. I mean, I can't go back and talk to parents who lost loved ones to gun violence and say, oh, we tried, but it wasn't perfect, or, you know, I mean, I could easily go back and say, I wish it were bigger and it were more, but so it's not perfect, so I'm not going to support it. I'm supporting this because it's something, and it's going to save people's lives. So I urge all of my colleagues to please support this. I urge a yes on the rule and a yes on the previous question. I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
The gentleman from Massachusetts yields. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the chair will reduce to 5 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote on the question of adoption of the resolution. This is a 15-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker McBath, as the member designated by Louis Gohmert of Texas, John Carter of Texas, and there's one, I can do this. We'll do Paul Gosar of Arizona. That I inform the House they will all vote no on the previous question, and I'll be back.
Purpose does the gentleman from Texas wish to be recognized?
Speaker McBath, as the gentleman authorized by Brian Babin of Texas, I inform the House that he will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado wish to be recognized?
Speaker Macbeth, with great reverence for you and your service, and as the member designated by Ms. Porter, Ms. Strickland, Ms. Hayes, Mr. Keating, Mr. Rush, Mr. Swazi, Mr. Jeffries, Chairman Jeffries, Mr. Krishnamurthy, Ms. Underwood, and Mr. Gottheimer, I inform the House that these 10 members will vote yes on the previous question. That's how you...
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Wasserman Schultz, Kristen Lawson, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on the previous question.
What purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman, Mr. Donald Payne, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Mike Doyle, Ms. Lizzie Fletcher, and Mr. Bill Pascrell, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
The gentleman from Indiana seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mrs. Wolarski from the great state of Indiana and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mrs. Wolarski will vote no on the previous question.
Okay, where is she from? Purposes the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Doug LaMalfa of the great state of California, I inform the House that Mr. Revolta will vote nay on the previous question.
From South Carolina seek to be recognized.
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. William Timmons of the great state of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose? For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Katko of New York, I inform the House Mr. Katko will vote nay on the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Rice of South Carolina, I inform the House Mr. Rice will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Frankel, I inform the House that she will vote yes on the previous question.
Does the gentlewoman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Victoria Sparks from Indiana, I inform the House that Mrs. Sparks will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Takano and Mr. Bowman, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Jacobs will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Congresswoman Boebert and Congressman Heiss, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Boebert and Congressman Heiss will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As member designated by Mrs. Vicky Hartzler from Missouri, I inform the House that Ms. Hartzler will be a no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Congresswoman Presley, I inform the House that Congresswoman Presley will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Johnson of Georgia, Ms. Bush of Missouri, Mr. Carter of Louisiana, Ms. Sherfilis McCormick of Florida, and Ms. Wilson of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Caston of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. Caston will vote yes on the previous question.
Who's he from? For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Good morning, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Rod Whitman of Virginia 01, I inform the House that Mr. Whitman will be voting no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Brown of Ohio, Ms. Stansberry of New Mexico, Ms. Bernice Johnson of Texas, and Mr. Moulton of Massachusetts, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
What purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Barr of Kentucky, I inform the House that Mr. Barr will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman? For what purpose?
As the member designated by Mr.
For what purpose does the
Jimenez.
gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Jimenez of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Jimenez will vote no on the previous question.
Purposes, the gentleman from California seek recognition.
As a member designated by Representative Manning of North Carolina pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Representative Manning will vote yea on the previous question on HRES 1204.
The gentleman from California seek recognition.
As the member designated by Representatives Danny Davis, Tlaib, Jayapal, Allred, and Cardenas, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on the previous question.
For what purposes, the gentleman from California seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as member designated by the following members, Bordeaux, Costa, Barragan, and Espaillat, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purposes, the gentleman from Texas seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Taylor, of the great state of Texas, inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote no on the previous question.
For what purposes, the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. McKeechin, Mr. Cohen, Ms. Bonamici, Mr. Auchincloss, Mr. Chuy Garcia, Ms. Newman, Mr. DeSagne, and Ms. Moore, I inform the House that these 8 members will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
The gentleman from Florida seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Cawthorn of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Khanna, I inform the House that Mr. Khanna will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Guest of Mississippi and Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, I inform the House that both Mr. Guest and Mr. Palazzo will vote nay on the previous question. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Ms.
Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote no on the PQ.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Dr. Van Drew of New Jersey, I inform the House that Dr. Van Drew will vote no on the previous question. Additionally, as a member designated by Mr. Hal Rogers of Kentucky, I inform the House that Mr. Rogers will also vote no on the previous question.
On this vote, the yeas are 218 and the nays are 204. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota wish to seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of the House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Rod Whitman of Virginia, I inform the House that Mr. Whitman will be voting no on the present rule.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Bowman and Mr. Takano, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on House Resolution 1204.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mrs. Sparks from Indiana, I inform the House that Mrs. Sparks will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Caston of Illinois, I inform the House that he will vote yes on HRES 1204.
Purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. William Timmons of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by the Honorable Ayanna Pressley, I inform the House that Ms. Pressley will vote yes on HRES 1204.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Dr. Van Drew of New Jersey, I inform the House that Dr. Van Drew will vote no on the rule. Additionally, as the member designated by Mr. Hal Rogers of Kentucky, I inform the House that Mr. Rogers also will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Carter of Louisiana, Ms. Sherfilis McCormick of Florida, Ms. Wilson of Florida, Mr. Johnson of Georgia, and Ms. Bush of Missouri, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 1204.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Taylor, great state of Texas, inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker McBath, as a member designated by Mr. Brian Babbitt of Texas, Mr. John Carter of Texas, Mr. Lee Gorman of Texas, I inform the House that they will all vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, is the member designated by Ms. Bernice Johnson of Texas, Ms. Stansberry of New Mexico, Ms. Brown of Ohio, and Mr. Moulton of Massachusetts, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 1204.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Guest of Mississippi and Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, I inform the House that both Mr. Guest and Mr. Palazzo will vote nay on the rule. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Representative Manning of North Carolina pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Representative Manning will vote yea on HRES 1204.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Danny Davis, Tlaib, Jayapal, Allred, and Karnes, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on HRES 1204.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Congresswoman Boebert and Congressman Heiss pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Boebert and Congressman Heiss will vote nay on House Resolution 1204.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Auchincloss, Mr. McEachin, Ms. Moore, Mr. Cohen, Mr. DeSaulnier, Ms. Bonamici, Ms. Newman, and Mr. Chuy Garcia, I inform the House these members will vote yes on HRES 1204.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As member designated by Mrs. Vicky Hartzler from Missouri, I inform the House that Ms. Hartzler will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Frankel, I inform the House that she will vote yes on H-Res 1204.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Jimenez of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Jimenez will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman, Mr. Donald Payne, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Mike Doyle, Ms. Lizzie Fletcher, and Mr. Bill Pascrell, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H-Res 1204.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. LaMalfa of California, I inform the House that Mr. LaMalfa will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Wasserman Schultz, Christ, and Lawson, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H-Res 1204.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mrs. Walorski from Indiana and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mrs. Walorski will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Porter, Ms. Strickland, Ms. Hayes, Mr. Keating, Mr. Rush, Mr. Swazi, Mr. Jeffries, Mr. Krishnamurthy, Ms. Underwood, and Mr. Gottheimer, I inform the House that these members will all vote yes, proudly, on H-Res 1204.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Katko of New York, I inform the House Mr. Katko will vote nay on the rule, and as the member designated by Mr. Rice of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Rice will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Chair, as the member designated by Mr. Khanna, I inform the House that he will proudly vote yea on H-Res 1204.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Jacobs will vote nay.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Bordeaux, Costa, Barragan, and Espaillat, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H-Res 1204.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Barr of Kentucky, I inform the House Mr. Barr will vote no on the rule.
On this vote, the yeas are 217, the nays are 203. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to the adoption of House Resolution 1204, the Senate amendment to H.R. 4346 is considered as agreed to, with an amendment consisting of the text of the Rules Committee print 117-53 and House Resolution 1132 is hereby adopted.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1204, I call up the bill S2089 with the Senate amendment to the House amendment thereto and have a motion at the desk.
Clerk will report the title of the bill, designate the Senate amendment to the House amendment, and designate the motion.
Senate 2089, an act to amend Title 38, United States Code, to ensure that grants provided by the Secretary of Veterans Affairs for states' veteran cemeteries do not restrict states from authorizing the interment of certain deceased members of the reserve components of the armed forces in such cemeteries and for other purposes. Senate amendment. Mr. Scott of Virginia moves that the House concur in the Senate amendment to the House amendment to Senate 2089.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1204, the motion shall be debatable for 10 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and Labor or their designees. The gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on the legislation currently under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we're here again to pass legislation to ensure that our nation's children have access to healthy meals. The Senate amended the bill that we passed yesterday, and so today we're going to accept that amendment, and so the bill can be forwarded on to the President for signature. S2089 would maintain school meal flexibilities that do not increase costs, continue flexibilities to support summer food programs this year, provide additional support for child and adult care feeding programs, and increase school meal reimbursement rates for the upcoming school year. We know that this bill alone will not end hunger in America, nor does it uphold the stronger provisions in the bill that the House passed yesterday, but it is an important step to take for our nation's children and fulfill our basic responsibility to keep them from going hungry. I want to thank the gentlelady from North Carolina, the ranking member of the committee, Dr. Fox, for cooperating and making sure this legislation could come to the floor, along with the senator from Michigan, Ms. Stabenow, and the senator from Arkansas, Mr. Boozman. I urge a yes vote on the motion and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate my colleague from Virginia yielding time. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this is essentially the same bill we passed overwhelmingly yesterday, except it was improved by our colleagues in the Senate. This bill is a more targeted approach that includes temporary support for students and schools. It puts an end to the permanent pandemic narrative that led to unnecessary federal programs with little return to taxpayers. For more than 2 years, broad nutrition waivers provided free meals to everyone, including wealthy families. This legislation returns these programs to regular order. Most importantly, this bill is fully paid for. It is an example of respecting taxpayer funds, something the federal government is in short supply of. Simply put, This bill puts our school nutrition programs back on track so taxpayers, schools, and students are better served. I urge my colleagues to support this bill and yield back my time.
Gentlewoman yields back her time. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman has the only time remaining. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the reality is that Congress has reached its deadline. We must pass this critical legislation to ensure that children have healthy meals this summer and that schools and daycares have the funding and flexibilities they need to respond to the supply chain and high food costs in the future. If we do not act, we would jeopardize children's access to nutritious meals. So I wish again to thank the ranking member, Dr. Fox, for her cooperation in bringing this bipartisan, bicameral legislation to the floor, along with Senators Stabenow and Boozman. I urge my colleagues to support S. 2089, support the motion, and I yield back the balance of my time.
All time for debate has expired pursuant to House Resolution 1204. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the motion by the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1204, I call up the bill S. 2938 with the Senate amendments to the House amendment thereto, and I have a motion at the desk.
The clerk will report the title of the bill, designate the Senate amendments to the House amendment, and designate the motion.
Senate 2938, an act to designate the United States Courthouse and Federal Building located at 111 North Adams Street in Tallahassee, Florida, as the Joseph Woodrow Hatchett United States Courthouse and Federal Building, and for other purposes. Senate amendment. Mr. Nadler moves that the House concur in the Senate amendments to the House amendment to Senate 2938.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1204, the motion shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their designees. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, and the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on S. 2938.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I would be remiss, Mr. Speaker, if I did not comment on the decision of the Supreme Court just minutes ago to revoke the constitutional right to abortion, a right that millions of Americans have relied upon for half a century. And worse, Justice Thomas has indicated that this is merely the beginning of a radical right-wing effort to roll back other rights, including the right to contraception, the right to marry whomever we choose, and the fundamental right to privacy. And we should observe that the same justice is telling us today that questions about reproductive rights must be left to the states, told us just yesterday that the states cannot be trusted to regulate modern firearms, weapons that were never dreamed of by the framers of the Second Amendment. History will prove these activists wrong on both counts. But today, Mr. Speaker, we take a historic first step toward ending the epidemic of gun violence in this nation, the only developed nation with this problem. We come to this moment after the tragic loss of so many innocent lives, 10 African Americans in Buffalo targeted because of their race, 19 young students and 2 teachers in Uvalde just a few days short of their summer vacations. Scores more lost in other mass shootings too numerous to mention, and over 100 more Americans killed every day in gun violence that never makes the headlines. No piece of legislation can ever bring these lives back. No legislation can make their families or their communities whole, but we can act to keep others from facing the same trauma that they have endured. A few weeks ago, I was proud to bring forth the Protecting Our Kids Act, which took a bipartisan and comprehensive approach to ending gun violence. I am pleased that the Senate incorporated portions of that bill into their own legislation. I wish there was more. I wish we could say we were doing everything we could to prevent another parent from losing their child to gun violence, but I am proud that we're making an important start today. This cannot be the last step, but we also cannot let another day go by without taking action to make our communities safer and to keep even one more family whole. Recently, I have turned to a particular teaching in the Talmud. Whoever takes one life, it's as if he kills the entire world. And whoever saves one life, it's as if he saves the entire world. This legislation includes provisions that will save many lives. Like the Protecting Our Kids Act, it includes funding to implement extreme risk protection laws and a prohibition on straw purchasing. It also strengthens background checks for those under 21, makes more sellers responsible for conducting background checks, takes steps to address the boyfriend loophole, and provides significant funding for programs that will make our communities safer. Today, we will send legislation to the President's desk for the first time in decades that will make progress toward ending the scourge of gun violence. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, and I reserve the balance of my time.
New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself, excuse me, as such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, let me first say God bless the United States Supreme Court. And God bless President Trump for the people he selected for our highest court. Today's decision is a win for the Constitution and a win for the sanctity of human life. June 24th, 2022, a date that will be remembered for a win for the sacredness of human life. Now, this bill. Mr. Speaker, the rights spelled out in the First Amendment and protected by the Second Amendment are why the United States is different than every other country. It's why we're special. It's why we're the greatest nation in history. For 18 months, the Democrats have attacked our First Amendment liberties. Today, they're coming after our Second Amendment liberties, and who knows what it'll be tomorrow. I can only imagine. My guess is, in light of the decision yesterday from Justice Thomas, the decision today from the court, my guess is they're going to look to pack the court. Chairman of the Judiciary Committee, Democrat chair of the Judiciary Committee, has already introduced legislation to pack the court. Might be amnesty for the 2 million illegal immigrants who've come into our country in the Biden administration. They've told us they want to end the Electoral College, end the filibuster. Who knows what it'll be tomorrow. But today, they are coming after Americans, law-abiding American citizens' Second Amendment liberties. Understand what this legislation does. This legislation tells states, someone who doesn't like you can report you to law enforcement or to a judge. There will be a hearing where you can't be at, your lawyer can't be at, you can't confront your accuser, you didn't commit any crime, but they can take your property. They can take your gun, they can take your guns, they can take away your Second Amendment rights. And then you have to petition to have a subsequent hearing where you get them back. That's what this legislation does. And understand this, and this is so important. This is not being done in a vacuum. Understand what we have seen from the left and how they have weaponized a government against their political enemies. 12 years ago, it was the IRS targeting conservatives. 6 years ago, it was the FBI spying on President Trump's campaign. More recently, it was the Department of Justice using counterterrorism measures against moms and dads. Just a few weeks ago, the Department of Homeland Security set up the Disinformation Governance Board. It's going to chill everyone's speech. Today, they're coming after your Second Amendment liberties. Here's the good news. Here's the good news. Yesterday, the Supreme Court got it right. They got it right when it came to the Second Amendment. We should celebrate that, and we should do everything we can. I hope this doesn't pass. It seems like it's going to, but I hope it doesn't. And I would urge a no vote, Mr. Speaker, and would reserve the balance of our time.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished Speaker of the House, Mrs. Pelosi.
The distinguished woman of the House, Speaker Pelosi, is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding and thank him for his extraordinary leadership in bringing this very important legislation to the floor. I commend you, Mr. Chairman, as well as Mr. Mike Thompson, the chair of our Gun Violence Prevention Task Force, and so many others who have participated in some of the elements of this legislation. I rise, Mr. Speaker, in support of the bipartisan Safer Communities Act, a strong step forward to combat America's epidemic of gun violence and to protect our precious children. As lawmakers, we share a sacred responsibility to keep our kids safe from harm. But according to new data from the CDC, guns are the #1 killer of children in America, more than car accidents or cancer. Our hearts remain shattered by the rampage at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, as they do from the massacre at Sandy Hook and in countless other communities across the nation. Indeed, we know these schools could have been in any one of our districts and have been in some. Those families could have been any one of our neighbors and have been, and those children could have been our own. All of us who have met with survivors in the wake of the tragedies have heard their message loud and clear. We must do something. Today, in their honor, we heed their powerful cry, sending the major gun violence prevention legislation to President Biden's desk for signature. And we send it to the President for his signature with gratitude for his leadership on this important issue. He was the author of the Brady Law in 1994 and has been a champion ever since. This legislation, the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, includes several strong steps to save lives, not only from horrific mass shootings, but also from the daily massacre of gun crime, suicide, and tragic accidents. As included in this package are two major provisions which we have championed here in the House. First, this bill includes significant investments to help states establish extreme risk protection order laws, otherwise known as red flag laws. Thanks to the leadership of Representative Lucy McBath, who has been our inspirational leader on this subject in our caucus and in this Congress, and Salud Carbajal, these provisions will keep deadly weapons away from those who pose a threat to themselves or to others. Secondly, this bill takes strong action to combat straw purchases, a cause Congresswoman Robin Kelly spearheaded in our chamber. Although we hear about the notorious mass murders every day on our streets of our country, murders take place. Doing so will make it illegal to buy a gun on behalf, this is the Robin Kelly straw purchases piece. Doing so will make it illegal to buy a gun on behalf of those who cannot legally purchase it. If I can pass the test, I buy the gun, and then I sell it to you, and you can't pass the test. Straw purchase, very dangerous. This bill addresses that. That's a giant step. This package also includes additional initiatives that will help reduce the danger of gun violence across our country. We are moving toward closing the boyfriend loophole, a victory, to help protect survivors of domestic violence and to stop abusers from acquiring a gun. This has long been a priority. We are strengthening background checks for potential buyers under 21, which would have applied to the 18-year-old gunman at Uvalde. And we're making enormous investments in mental health programs, school safety programs, and community-based violence prevention initiatives. I mention all of these, Mr. Speaker, because, of course, I have to say that this bill doesn't do everything we would like to do. We need to do more on background checks. There's some other language that we like to do in terms of background checks, not only on guns, but perhaps on high-capacity armament. But I say to my colleagues what I frequently do, but it applies here now more than ever. Let us not judge this legislation for what is not in it, but respect it for what it does. And what it does is save lives. And we're very, very proud of that. So again, I thank Chairman Nadler Gun Violence Protection Task Force, Chairman Mike Thompson for their determined leadership in bringing this legislation to the floor. This package represents the most significant action to prevent gun violence in nearly 3 decades, and it is a necessary step to honor our solemn duty as lawmakers to protect and defend the American people. Importantly, the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act has earned strong support from gun owners, gun survivors, and law enforcement alike. Gun Owners for Responsible Ownership endorsed our bill, saying, "We write today as responsible gun owners, but above all else, we are proud parents and grandparents of toddlers, students, and young teachers. We want them to be safe." Every Town for Gun Safety wrote that this common sense legislation addresses every form of gun violence. And the Fraternal Order of Police and the International Association of Chiefs of Police applauded our bipartisan agreement, calling it a giant step forward and one that will save lives. I repeat, a giant step forward and one that will save lives, the statement of the Fraternal Order of Police and the International Association of Chiefs of Police. Indeed, keeping our children safe is a unifying issue for our country. It must be a unifying issue in this Congress. Yesterday, our nation watched in horror as a radical partisan supermajority of the Supreme Court ruled to flood America's streets with even more deadly weapons. It is unconscionable that as America reaches a fever pitch of gun violence, this court has chosen to create a new right to bring guns into public spaces while hindering the ability of states to stop the bloodshed. In doing so, the GOP supermajority Trump-McConnell court is implicitly endorsing the tragedy of mass shootings and daily gun deaths plaguing our nation. But with this bipartisan package, we take the first steps to fight back on behalf of the American people who desperately want new measures to keep communities safe in the high numbers in the polling. Our Democratic House majority has again and again passed landmark legislation that would combat the scourge of gun violence, and we will never give up in our fight to save lives. Mr. Speaker, our fight to prevent gun violence is of, by, and for the children. Of the children because they are suffering. It's heartbreaking that in America more children die from guns than any other cause. By the children because they are leading. We see the children marching in the streets, testifying before Congress, demanding action. And always for the children, building a future where every child can reach his or her fulfillment free from the fear of gun violence. To the members who lack the courage to join in this work, to those who lack the courage to join in this work, I say your political survival is insignificant compared to the survival of our children. And today we will prevail for the children. I urge a strong bipartisan aye vote for this life-saving legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from California yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you what saves lives. The decision we got from the Supreme Court today saves lives. This bill takes rights away from law-abiding citizens, their Second Amendment liberties. That's the key distinction. I yield 2 minutes to my friend, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you.
The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. Speaker Pelosi just lectured us. She said guns are the #1 killer of children in America. That's not true. Abortion violence is the #1 killer of children in America until today. There's no right to abortion in the Constitution, and thankfully the Supreme Court finally said that decisively, thanks be to God. There is a right, however, a crystal clear right in the Constitution to keep and bear arms. But here we are today. Congress is moving full steam ahead to restrict the right to self-defense for law-abiding gun owners and the right to due process for all Americans. This legislation is the wrong approach, and we ought to oppose it. In our Judiciary Committee markup several days ago, some of our Democrat colleagues here on the floor today openly said they don't care about the Constitution, they don't care about its protections, they want to overlook that. And this bill does that. It's a perfect example of members of Congress simply ignoring the Constitution. President Biden and his administration are already disobeying laws that we have on the books to revoke firearm dealer licenses over simple clerical errors. This legislation is going to make that worse. This is not going to help anything. It's going to lead to more errors, more false flags, more backlogs in the NICS system. There's nothing in this bill to fix that. There's nothing in this bill to increase school safety. See, we want real solutions. We think that we ought to harden the schools, real physical improvements to help protect children, but that's not here. They didn't have time for that. 2 weeks ago, I had a very moving conversation with Pastor Y.J. Jimenez. He's a pastor on the ground ministering to the people of Uvalde community who have suffered such an unspeakable loss. He said something that was really clear, and I think it's echoed throughout America. People paid a lot of attention to it. He said, you know what? We need to address the root causes of all this bloodshed. He said, America's problem is not guns. America's problem is a heart problem, and he's exactly right. We're seeing today the results of decades of decline in the secularization of American society and the open assault on our institutions, family, religion, morality, the breakdown of law and order. We see the results of all this on young people, in clinical settings, in schools, and everywhere else. We want to do things that matter. It's not more gun control. It's not more federal laws. It's not more intrusive government. We have to address the root causes. I will yield back. This is
gentleman from Ohio reserves.
Reserve.
And the gentleman from New York is recognized. Gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, a member of the Judiciary Committee, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
I stand here in the name of Mr. Garza, whose daughter in Uvalde bled out, Buffalo, Tulsa, Parkland, Santa Fe, Sandy Hook. And I stand here with the recognition of my chairman, Mr. Nadler, and the years and decades, mine over 2 decades, of fighting for gun laws. And so as I hold up the number of gun laws that I introduced over 27 years, pages and pages, I can say to the Senate and this bill, Safer Communities, they have built on our legislation. My bill, the Mental Health Access and Gun Violence Prevention, which increased access to mental health treatment in this bill. The Violence Against Women Act, the boyfriend loophole in this bill. The Protecting Our Kids Act and the issues dealing with raising the age and bumper guns and ghost guns are yet to be done. But we can stand on this because it was bipartisan. People are dying every day. And it is obvious that through the legislation, the New York Times said, here are the shootings, pages and pages, that could have been stopped by stricter gun laws.
Time has expired. The gentleman from New York is recognized. Gentlewoman's recognized for 30 seconds.
This article says the mass shootings where stricter gun laws might have made a difference. We understand that this legislation is only the concrete beginning, and my friends are going to attack that. But the American people are 70% for banning various weapons that are assault weapons. They are 70% and more for extreme risk protection. They are 70% and more for understanding that we need an extended time for purchase of these guns. And yes, they are supporters of the Kimberly Vaughn bill, which is a storage bill, which says that we need to get people to prevent suicide and danger
expired.
to store their
Gentleman
guns.
from New
Support
York
the Safer Communities
reserves. The
and
gentleman
support
from
the Protect
Ohio
Children Act.
is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs.
Gentleman from Arizona is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman, Mr. Speaker. I thank God for the decision that stops the heinous practice that has taken more than 60 million lives in this country over the last 50 years. And I thank God that those voices that have been lost, we will not see that anymore. I hope and pray to that that's the case, and I thank them for that. There's no right to take that life, but there is a right to defend yourself. We have a God-given, constitutionally protected right to defend ourselves, and the Supreme Court reaffirmed that just yesterday. This bill infringes on the constitutionally protected rights of law-abiding Americans, and it provides funding for states to infringe Americans' Second Amendment rights and violate their due process rights. It treats 18, 19, and 20-year-old Americans as second-class citizens. The Ninth Circuit recently held that the Second Amendment applies to 18, 19, and 20-year-old Americans just like it does to Americans over the age of 21. This bill criminalizes routine gun transactions between law-abiding Americans. Justice Alito, in his concurrence, highlighted the flawed logic used by the supporters of this bill. Alito said, does the dissent think that laws like New York's prevent or deter such atrocities? Will a person bent on carrying out a mass shooting be stopped if he knows that it is illegal to carry a handgun outside his home? And how does the dissent account for the fact that one of the mass shootings near the top of its list took place in Buffalo? The New York law at issue in this case obviously did not stop that perpetrator. The essence of this is gun controls do not stop criminals because criminals have no regard for the law. That's the definition of a criminal. This bill will restrict law-abiding Americans' ability to purchase firearms and protect themselves and their families. It violates a basic God-given right. I oppose this bill and urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Ohio reserves, and the gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from California, a member of the Judiciary Committee, Ms. Lofgren.
Gentlewoman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. My state of California has several provisions in law that are included in this bill, but it doesn't work as a patchwork because individuals can cross state lines and endanger people. Everything in this bill is consistent with the Second Amendment. That's why it got such bipartisan support in the Senate. In the last 3 years alone, my district has had 2 cities added to the long list of communities that have experienced mass shootings. America doesn't have to be the only country in the world where mass shootings are a near daily occurrence. There's broad support in the country for reform that will prevent this epidemic of gun violence. This bill doesn't do everything that I think should happen, but it does something. It will make people safer. I strongly urge its support, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. McClinton.
Gentleman from California.
Excuse me, 2 minutes.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Instead of treating law-abiding citizens as if they were criminals, maybe we should start treating criminals as if they were criminals. Stop the plea bargains and put gun predators behind bars until they're old and gray. Execute the murderers. Those measures worked until a generation of soft-on-crime judges, woke district attorneys, and politically correct police commissions made a mockery of our laws. If someone is dangerously mentally ill, then of course they should not have access to firearms. They shouldn't have access to any kind of weapons. We once confined them so we could treat them and prevent them from doing harm during the course of their illness. We had a commitment process that respected due process. They could come before a judge to challenge the findings in open court, submit evidence on their behalf, and face their accuser. But not under the red flag laws this bill promotes. An anonymous accuser can trigger a secret proceeding against you that you don't even know is happening until the police bang on your door in the dead of night, ransack your house, and strip you of your right of self-defense. The burden then falls on you to try to restore it. This bill also targets young adults for special restrictions. We trust them to vote, to start families, to enter into legally binding agreements, but we don't trust them with firearms because of what some criminal or madman their age did? Just laws hold people accountable for their own actions. Unjust laws hold them accountable for other people's actions. This is an unjust law. These atrocities will go on until we get the criminals and madmen off our streets. How many more tragedies do we need to go through before the Congress understands this self-evident truth? I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished Majority Leader of the House, the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. For years, the gun violence epidemic in our country has forced us to cope with the immeasurable grief and loss. Throughout America, many communities have begun to erect memorials to remember those they have lost through gun violence. These monuments are not much different than those right outside the National Mall that honor Americans killed in war. Just last week, people in San Bernardino, California, unveiled a curtain of courage. made of steel and bronze to pay tribute to the 16 people who were murdered in a mass shooting there in 2015. In Newtown, Connecticut, a planned memorial will feature a spiral of granite inscribed with the names of the 20 children and 6 teachers killed at Sandy Hook Elementary in 2012. Memorials are being built or planned as well to honor those who died in shootings in Charleston, Orlando, Las Vegas, El Paso, Buffalo, Uvalde, and many others. The best way, I suggest, to honor those we have lost to gun violence, however, is not with bronze or with steel or with granite. Rather, it is with meaningful action to prevent others from suffering the same fate. The bipartisan Safer Communities Act, which was overwhelmingly passed by the United States, which I am pleased to bring to the floor today, is a step in the right direction to take action. This legislation includes measures that will reduce the threat to gun violence and save lives across the country. It will help implement red flag laws that empower law enforcement officers to keep guns out of the hands of people at risk of using them to harm themselves or others. Closing the so-called boyfriend loophole in this bill will prevent people convicted of domestic abuse and dating relationship from possessing deadly firearms. They have displayed violence. They ought to be prohibited from getting weapons which will make mass violence more probable and possible. It will also require more thorough background checks for Americans under the age of 21 who seek to purchase a gun. Now, we've passed expanded background checks through this House. 85% of the American people say they're for that, and that's the minimum. But no action has been taken in the United States Senate. But they have taken some action, and some action is better than no action. Additionally, this legislation includes $250 million in funding for community-based violence prevention programs. Do we not want to see community violence diminished? It will also crack down on those who make straw purchases of large portions of guns that otherwise, under the existing system, could not be purchased by the ultimate user of those guns. I want to thank Senator Murphy, Judiciary Chairman Jerry Nadler, Representative Lucy McBath, Representative Robin Kelly, Chairman Mike Thompson of the Gun Violence Prevention Task Force, and those Republicans who said that NRA does not stand for no Republican action. They took action. They stood up, even in the face of boos from their own party. This legislation, as I said, is a step forward. And that's how we make progress in America, a step at a time. None of us have had the opportunity ever to vote on a perfect bill in this House. We vote on good bills, bills that we feel will move our country forward. This is that kind of bill. A step forward, but not enough. Many of us feel that we need to do more. We need to do comprehensive background checks. We need to close the Charleston loophole. We sent those bills to the Senate. We can and must do more. Yesterday, the Supreme Court issued a ruling that will weaken common sense gun safety laws all over the country. Yes, we could return to the OK Corral and everybody having a six-shooter on their hip. And anybody who thinks that would make us a safer, more civil community I think is sadly mistaken. That fact ought to disturb all of us very deeply. The court's decision to make it even easier for bad actors to carry dangerous concealed guns without restrictions should serve as a reminder that we need to take additional active steps to protect our communities and our kids. Actions that are supported by the overwhelming majority of the American people. If we fail to do that, if we allow this legislation to be the end instead of the beginning, parents will continue to receive that dreaded, unfathomable call that they will never see their children again. New monuments honoring victims will continue to pop up in communities across the country. Ladies and gentlemen of this House, Republicans and Democrats, conservatives and liberals, we don't need additional memorials. We need action. We need new laws. If we can follow today's legislation with action on comprehensive background checks and further gun safety measures, however, future generations, perhaps not guaranteed, but it is certainly worth the effort to reduce the gun violence, to reduce the need for memorials. If we do not, those who come after will wonder why their forebears allowed such violence to be perpetrated uniquely in America. You don't find this in other countries. Democratic countries, free countries, who protect individual rights. Ladies and gentlemen of this House, today, in just a few minutes, let us begin to end the cycle of tragedy and inaction. Let us pass this bill and say no more. Let us pass it and then do more. Vote yes.
Gentleman yields, and the gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman from Ohio. Today, the United States Supreme Court stood up in defense of the Constitution and recognizing that it is the people that should be able to come together and make decisions about life, and to be able to stand up and protect the God-given right to life. Here today, on the floor of this body, the People's House, the so-called People's House, is taking up legislation that is in direct conflict with the United States Constitution and our Bill of Rights and the right to keep and bear arms. It's purposeful. And you know what? When our colleagues say things like that the president said, whether it's a 9mm pistol, a rifle, I'm going to continue to push to eliminate the sale of those things. Whether it's Representative Mondaire Jones, semi-automatic weapons would qualify as assault weapons and these things should be banned. The Democrats tweeted, semi-automatic rifles are weapons of war. We should believe you. We should believe you that you want to take those weapons. That's what you're saying. That's what my colleagues are saying. And here's the thing. My colleagues say, oh, don't worry. This is just money for mental health. Well, you know what my colleagues on the other side of the aisle and some academics say? They put out stories talking about how supposedly conservatives are suffering from mental health. Republicans have become the cult of the mentally ill. Is political conservatism a mild form of insanity? Writes Psychology Today. And you get article after article. What do you think you want to do with the mental health money? What do you think you want to do? Come after our ability to defend ourselves against the very tyranny you want to undermine by taking away the weapons we can use to defend ourselves against that tyranny. That is the purpose. And my colleagues on this side of the aisle, the handful that are going along with it, should be ashamed of themselves. Because right now today, we have a duty to stand up here and defend our right to defend ourselves against the very tyranny that you ignore. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, when the previous speaker refers to using guns to protect tyranny, he is talking, whether he realizes it or not, about stopping tyranny by turning those weapons against American troops. I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from California, 1 minute and 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from California, the chairman of the Gun Violence Task Force, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you,
Chairman
gentlemen,
from,
for yielding.
member from California is recognized for 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of this legislation, the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. While the tragic loss of 19 precious children and 2 teachers in Uvalde, Texas, and the disgusting racially motivated slaughter in Buffalo, New York, captured the nation's attention, we know that gun violence survivors and their allies across our country have been working every day to prevent the gun violence that kills 30 people every day and over 100 when you factor in accidents and suicides. The Bipartisan Safer Communities Act passes 3 important tests. It's legal, it has the votes, and it saves lives. This bill saves lives by targeting convicted domestic abusers and felons, coercing felons who are coercing someone into illegally purchasing a gun for them. This bill saves lives by strengthening school safety and mental health resources. This bill and the millions of gun violence victims and gun violence survivors deserves a yes vote today from every member in this chamber. A majority of Americans and a majority of responsible not just a majority, responsible gun owners know this bill is important. I urge everyone to vote yes. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Florida, Mr. Deutsch.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, February 14th, 2018, my community hit the depths of despair when 17 innocent people were slaughtered at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School. The families from Stoneman Douglas who lost loved ones have committed themselves so many ways since to help get us to this moment. For them, for the families of Uvalde and Buffalo and Newtown and so many families that we've all had the opportunity to get to know, this day is about them. But I finish with this. On the day after Parkland, there was a rally in the park near the school, and the field was covered with high school kids who came to express themselves, and one of them came up to me, still with a look of shock in her eyes, and she grabbed my arm and she said, "Congressman, my best friend bled out on me. You have to do something. Today we do. Vote yes to
From
support this
Ohio
legislation."
is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, my friend, Mr. Fitzgerald.
Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What a great day for the babies. And as the Speaker described it, the Trump-McConnell Supreme Court. I rise today in opposition to the House amendment to Senate 2938. This bill could have had strong bipartisan support if it had focused solely on mental health and school safety. The Supreme Court made it clear yesterday. The Second Amendment includes the right to carry a gun for self-defense purposes outside the home. This bill flies in the face of that ruling. Specifically, the bill fails to define what constitutes a willful violation that would warrant a revocation of a federal firearm license. This is especially important given the Department of Justice's zero-tolerance policy and over 500% increase in license revocation proceedings that have occurred under this administration. Current extreme risk protective orders that exist in 19 states do not come close to providing adequate due process protections. We cannot support the use of taxpayer funds to implement more such unconstitutional laws without specific and ironclad assurances due process rights will be protected. In the wake of the tragic shooting at Stoneman Douglas High School in February 2018, I worked with colleagues in the Wisconsin legislature to protect against school shootings. We worked to pass Act 143, which appropriated $100 million in school safety grants. That's where this bill should be going. I urge my colleagues to focus on bipartisan solutions that will not infringe on our constitutional rights, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from California, member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Liu.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Democrats and Republicans are not the same. While Democrats are working to pass this gun safety legislation for the people, Republicans have whipped their members to oppose it. Democrats and Republicans are not the same. With the Supreme Court handing down radical decisions, you have extreme MAGA Republicans working to eliminate gun safety laws, while Democrats are working to expand gun safety laws. And you have extreme MAGA Republicans calling for a nationwide criminal abortion ban, while Democrats are working to preserve Roe versus Wade. Democrats and Republicans are not the same. I urge the American people to remember that this November.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We sure aren't the same, Mr. Speaker. We actually think you should protect the sanctity of human life and so appreciate the decision from the court today, and we don't think you should take away rights from law-abiding American citizens. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany.
Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. America does not have a gun problem. America has a crime problem. Mr. Speaker, law-abiding Americans do not want more laws chipping away at the Second Amendment. They do not want to see the right to bear arms eliminated on the installment plan. They want prosecutors to prosecute. They want the police to police. They want dangerous criminals off the streets and behind bars. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from California, member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Correa.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Uvalde, Texas, children killed in an elementary school. This is one of 128 mass shootings in America over the last 40 years. It's time to act. This is not perfect legislation, but if we can save 1, 2, or 3 or more lives, then it is our responsibility to pass this legislation. Our communities are depending on us. Thank you, and Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Connolly.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the distinguished chairman who's done so much on this issue. I rise today in support of S2938, a bipartisan bill for safer communities. 15 years ago, I was chairman of Fairfax County. When the Virginia Tech tragedy occurred, we buried 6 young people in my community that week. 6. I'm still in touch with those families, and the emptiness in their souls will never go away. Today we have an opportunity to choose. Will we protect our children, or will we continue to persist in an abstract ideological commitment to an absolute reading of the Second Amendment, which is false, and a false reading of the Constitution? We can do something finally. America demands we do something. We need to disenthrall ourselves from the gun mythology and do the right thing, protecting our communities and our children. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Crow.
Gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise as a father, a combat veteran, a gun owner, and a representative of a community devastated by gun violence. My constituents are family and friends of those who were killed at Columbine, at the Aurora Theater, at STEM High School, and at the Boulder King Supers. As a community, we consoled each other after each one of these terrible shootings, and we demanded common sense reform. But for too long, our nation leaders refused to act. When I came to Congress, I promised my constituents that I would fight to protect our community from gun violence. So today I'm proud to vote for the first comprehensive gun violence package in 30 years. This bill is a first step. It doesn't have everything we would hope for, but it's a step in the right direction. Today's success belongs to every Coloradan who turned their hurt into action. This long overdue progress is theirs. I plead with my colleagues for a yes vote. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, how much time remains, please, on each side?
16½ minutes on both sides remain.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. Dingell.
Gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. It's past time that Congress take action to end the gun violence epidemic that's harming communities across the nation. We need to protect all people who are vulnerable to gun violence, and this includes survivors of domestic abuse. Existing federal law allows abusive dating partners to access firearms. Known as the dating partner loophole, this dangerous gap in federal law puts survivors of domestic abuse at risk every day. I thank people for including this and acknowledging this is an issue. However, it is critical that the Department of Justice swiftly issue regulations and definitions pertaining to the implementation of the dating partner provisions. The definition of dating relationship in this act is not intended to be overly restrictive, and the definition should be broadly constructed to cover dating relationships as commonly understood in the Violence Against Women Act.
Woman's time has expired. Gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I'll yield the gentlelady an extra 30 seconds.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 30
Intimate partner
seconds.
violence is a serious issue, and 50% of domestic violent fatalities are caused by their intimate partner. I understand this. I lived in it. Let's be clear. This is a significant bill. We have made progress, but we have more work to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Buck.
Gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank my friend, the gentleman from Ohio. Mr. Chair, it's estimated that legal guns save 162,000 lives annually and prevent 2.5 million crimes a year, or 6,849 crimes every day. By their own admission, criminals fear armed citizens more than they fear the police. Up to 90% of criminals who commit crimes with a gun do not acquire that firearm legally. We have serious problems in this country involving family, drugs, and mental health. These issues have been going in the wrong direction for decades. Instead of addressing these issues head on, the bill will instead jeopardize the right to bear arms for millions of law-abiding citizens. Decades of Supreme Court precedent prevent the government from exercising prior restraint on our First Amendment rights to free speech. We should not treat the Second Amendment differently. The court just spoke forcefully in favor of this right. This body should do the same. I urge a no vote.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Langevin.
Gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of S. 2938, the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. As we speak, our nation is being racked by an epidemic of gun violence. Every year, 40,000 Americans die from guns, more than 110 every single day, many of them children. We have the power to prevent this carnage, but for decades Congress refused to act. Well, no more. Madam Speaker, this bill is not perfect. No bill is. But this legislation will save lives. Once signed into law, the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act will help keep guns out of the wrong hands. It will It'll protect survivors of domestic abuse by closing the boyfriend loophole. It will crack down on straw purchases and improve background checks for people under 21. And it will deliver hundreds of millions of dollars for improved mental health services, community-based violence prevention initiatives, and school safety. The issue of gun safety is personal to me. It's about time that Congress take action. Let us pass this historic bipartisan bill
Gentleman's
and send
time's
it to the
expired.
President's desk today.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Green.
Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I rise in opposition to this flagrantly unconstitutional Gun Control Act. This bill is yet another attack on our God-given rights to self-defense. For instance, the bill would provide taxpayer dollars for state-level gun confiscations without due process. We constantly hear this constant theme from the left on how you can't be pro-life and pro-gun, which I think it's poignant to point out today. For those who say you can't be pro-life and pro-gun, why did you send billions of dollars of guns to Ukraine to help them save their lives against the Russians? You sent billions of dollars of guns over there so that our soldiers wouldn't have to go over there and fight a war to save their lives. Guns save lives, or you wouldn't have been sending the money over there. Our founding father, George Mason, who wrote the Virginia Declaration of Rights on which our Constitution's Bill of Rights is based, once said, and I quote, "To disarm the people is the most effectual way to enslave them," end quote.
Gentleman's time's expired. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Kelly.
Gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. We are here today to protect our constituents and save lives. We've waited far too long for this day. Elements of my bill, the Prevent Gun Trafficking Act, are included in this legislation to crack down on the illegal gun trafficking and store purchasing that is bringing guns into communities across the country. I know just how detrimental trafficking can be on a community. Last year in Chicago, a single stolen gun was linked to at least 27 separate shootings before it was taken off the street. 24 people were shot during its use, and 2 of them killed. More than half of guns used in Chicago shootings are brought into the city by trafficking. Thank you, Wisconsin and Indiana. We have lost so many people and traumatized countless others. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this legislation to help make Chicagoland a safer place. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding. I rise in defense of our Constitution today, defense of law-abiding American citizens, and against this Senate gun control bill. This legislation takes the wrong approach in attempting to curb violent crimes. It turns our system of due process on its head. You will now be found guilty, and your guns will be taken away until you can prove your innocence. It has vague language containing insufficient guardrails to keep guns out of the hands of criminals or prevent mass violence. It creates a de facto waiting period for up to 10 business days for legal law-abiding citizens' firearm purchases and the consideration of whether an adult purchaser's juvenile record should prohibit an individual from buying a firearm. We're committed to identifying and solving the causes of violent crimes, mental health crises, put officers in our schools, reinforce our school buildings, but we must not infringe upon the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding citizens while doing so. I cannot support this misguided legislation, and I urge my colleagues to vote no. Yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from New Jersey, Ms. Sherrill.
Gentlewoman from New Jersey is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today has been a tough day as we watch an extremist and politicized Supreme Court roll back protections Americans have relied on for decades. But there is good news coming out of Congress. We've come together to pass the most comprehensive gun safety package in almost 3 decades. In New Jersey, we've already passed a large number of these proposals, including extreme risk protections, assault weapon safeguards, and high-capacity magazine prohibitions, and we have seen the results. New Jersey has made major progress in combating gun violence. As of 2020, my state has the 3rd lowest level of firearm mortality, according to the CDC. Think about that. The most densely populated state in the nation has one of the lowest levels of gun violence in the nation. And as the rate of gun deaths has increased by 33% nationwide, in New Jersey, it actually fell by 10%. And of course, as a mother, I'm focused on keeping our kids safe. This law would have prevented the shooter in Uvalde from getting a firearm without an enhanced
Gentlewoman's
background
time's
check.
expired. The gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I'll grant the gentlelady another 30 seconds.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you. As a mother, I'm focused on keeping our kids safe. This law would have prevented the shooter in Uvalde from getting a firearm without an enhanced background check. This law gives states the support they need to act when a mom worries that her child is contemplating suicide. It's why everyone from the American Society of Pediatrics to the Fraternal Order of Police has endorsed this bipartisan bill. It's time for my Republican colleagues to put our nation's kids ahead of the gun lobby. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you to my colleague from Ohio, soon to be the Judiciary Chair. First, thank you to the Supreme Court for removing the curse of abortion, sanctioned by a federal court ruling back in 1973. 6 Supreme Court justices have stood for life, and that is a beautiful thing. Now, regarding this gun control bill before us today, this bill would have done nothing to curb the actions of illegal-minded criminals intent on harming our children. But it will harm the law-abiding citizens of this great nation by violating their 2nd, 4th, 5th, and 14th Amendments, specifically their due process rights. So let me refresh our collective memories. The 4th Amendment, the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures, shall not be violated. The 5th Amendment, no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. And the 14th Amendment, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without the due process of law. And then, of course, my favorite, the 2nd Amendment. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. These red flag laws enable one-sided ex parte hearings and though they don't take some of the guns from all the people, they take all of the guns from some of the people. This is completely unacceptable. I stand against it, and I encourage all members of the House to vote against it. Thank you.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Horsford.
Gentleman from Nevada is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today, June 24th, 2022, marks 30 years to the day that my father was shot and killed by senseless gun violence. So I stand here emotional as I prepare to cast a vote in favor of the bipartisan Safer Communities Act, historic legislation that will reduce crime and break the cycle of violence that so many people throughout our country have unfortunately experienced. One of the most important provisions in this bill is $2 billion in funding for anti-violence programs, including $250 million for community violence intervention from my Break the Cycle of Violence legislation. Every day, 110 Americans are killed with guns, and over 200 are shot and wounded. Amid the global pandemic, homicides by gun increased 35%. Today, gun violence remains the leading cause of premature death for Black men, as well as the #2 cause of premature death for Latino men and Black women.
Gentleman's time's expired. Gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I grant the gentleman an additional 30 seconds.
Gentleman's recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you. So today, I am casting my vote for my father, the 58 victims that lost their lives during the 1 October shooting in Las Vegas, Sean Jerion Coleman, a constituent, a Las Vegas youth leader, and so many other Americans who are victims and survivors of gun violence. I urge this body to pass bipartisan Safer Communities Act. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to my friend, the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop.
Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Dobbs earlier this great morning, and in the New York State RPA decision yesterday, the Supreme Court declared something astonishing, which has electrified the country and left radicals seething. The Constitution means what it says. In New York State RPA, the court reiterated what Heller decided in 2008. To paraphrase, the decision said, like we told you the first time, the Second Amendment protects an individual fundamental right weighed and decided upon by the people at the founding. But just as most of the courts of appeals flouted Heller by reweighing that right over and over for more than a decade, the Senate again flouts the new decision before the ink is dry. What is the historical analog from the founding era under which the right to bear arms could be targeted for complete deprivation upon less than complete process rights? Name it. Name the historical analog. That's Congress's burden. The renewed assault on the Second Amendment is more than sufficient grounds to oppose this bill, but even the constitutionally permissible components repeat the terrible misjudgment that has afflicted this type of legislation for far too long. I've said it before. You're not grappling with the issues. 60 years of targeted destruction of the American culture by the secular and postmodernist left. Foremost in that destruction has been the unrelenting assault on the family. So what does this do something bill do? Displaces families further by building a massive new mental health delivery bureaucracy into public school agencies, connecting Medicaid and CHIP directly to schools for, quote, early and periodic screening, diagnostic, and treatment services in schools, supporting the provision of culturally competent and trauma-informed care in school settings. Americans who have been watching will hear a familiar refrain in that jargon. It means beyond the reach of parents and the reach of common sense. Who is it that is delivering this double down on woke to your child at school? Republican senators. Moms and dads across the country, if you thought that Washington has heard you loud and clear, you are sorely mistaken. Washington has yet to recognize that it is the author of the devastation we confront, and Washington is still failing to grapple with the core issue. They are taking another step down the long path we have trod that has transformed America.
Gentleman's time's expired. Gentleman from Ohio.
You have the gentleman 30 seconds.
The gentleman's recognized for an additional 30 seconds.
This bill is at the same time an attack on constitutional rights and a dangerous, poorly thought out, ill-defined improvisation. Wringing your hands and doing something instead of the right thing will continue having the same result it has had since the 60s. Show that honesty and courage does not reside only in the Supreme Court building across the street. Defeat this bill. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from the great Empire State of New York, Ms. Clark.
Gentlewoman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today as a proud New Yorker, deeply troubled by the epidemic of gun violence that has plagued our nation for too long, leaving a wake of sorrow and grief that extends from generation to generation. I cannot overstate how yesterday's reckless and detrimental Supreme Court ruling that struck down a 100-year-old New York state law puts innocent Brooklynite lives at risk. What's more, there are no gun manufacturers in New York City, and yet despite removing thousands of guns from our streets, illegal guns are arriving by car, train, and bus every single day through the iron pipeline. That is why today's vote on the Safer Communities Act is an imperative. It addresses the issue of straw purchasing and the gun trafficking that is prevalent across New York City. Let me take this opportunity to thank and give honorable mention to Congresswoman Robin Kelly and Congresswoman Lucy McBath for their courageous and unwavering fight to stop the sea of gun violence in our nation. Mr. Speaker, we must pass common sense gun legislation, and I am proud to vote on S-2938. With that, I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you to my good friend, Mr. Jordan. And Mr. Speaker,
I rise today in opposition to this anti-Second Amendment legislation. I know firsthand how important firearm ownership and the Second Amendment are for self-defense. 5 years ago, I was in the batter's box at a baseball field in Virginia practicing for our congressional baseball game when a deranged gunman tried to kill us because we were Republicans. The attack would have been a massacre if not for the armed U.S. Capitol police officers, my heroes, David Bailey and Crystal Griner, who were there. The actions on that field that day solidified my support for the Second Amendment. Remember, Mr. Speaker, this gunman wanted to settle his political differences with us, who were trying to fix a broken healthcare system, with bullets on a baseball field. It's not what we do in the United States of America. But that day, my thought was, I wish I had my firearm to protect myself. We don't need more laws and restrictions that make it more difficult for law-abiding, gun-owning citizens to exercise their constitutional rights and protect their families. We need to support law enforcement and get tough on criminals who steal guns and commit violent crimes, and further improve mental health programs. I am a proud gun owner. I'm a concealed carry licensee and a strong supporter of our Second Amendment. I always have and always will work to preserve the Second Amendment for law-abiding American citizens. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this attempt to undermine the Second Amendment.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, how much time remains on each side, please?
Gentleman from New York has 9 minutes. Gentleman from Ohio has 7 minutes.
Thank you. I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Beatty.
Gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this gun bill today. After decades of inaction and too many innocent lives lost to senseless gun violence, this is a step we must all take. It will provide needed resources for violence intervention, school safety, mental health funding, community violence intervention and prevention initiatives, school safety, and yes, enhanced background checks to make it harder for 18 to 21-year-olds to get guns, and it will close the boyfriend loop. To everybody who's saying no, go tell that to the children and families that lost lives. This bill will keep dangerous weapons out of the hands of people. Go tell your no vote to the families and the children who lost lives. The compromise bill today, it is not perfect, but it will help us save lives. And I am proud that the Congressional Black Caucus had a large role to play in this. I want to thank Congresswoman McBath, Kelly, and Horsford. Our power, our message. I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized. The chair reminds members to direct their remarks to the chair.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to my friend, gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No one on that side of the aisle cares more about the lives lost than the people on this side of the aisle. We are as heartbroken as anyone is. We're trying to find a balance between the thing that we have all agreed and sworn an oath to uphold and defend, the rights granted by God and enshrined in our Constitution, and weigh that with keeping our community safe. Ladies and gentlemen, our society has a sickness, that's for sure. But laws passed in this House to restrict people from their constitutional, God-given rights that criminals disobey is not going to change that. It's not going to change that. We can do something great here today. We could do something great in this body, Mr. Speaker, but we're not going to. We're going to infringe on the rights of the law-abiding who want to defend themselves for the sake of the criminals who refuse to follow the law. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield the balance.
The gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prayerful today, and finally today, that I can come on the floor of the House and say to the victims of gun violence, and say to those who lost their lives and to their families that I can be on the floor of the House today, not just saying, I give you my thoughts and my prayers. Not just saying, I want to send to you my sympathies. I can't tell you how tired I have been coming to the floor, feeling hurt in my heart, and all I could say is thoughts and prayers. Today, I can vote on something that's going to make a meaningful difference.
Gentleman's time's
each and every
expired.
one of them.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from New Mexico, Ms. Legger Fernandez.
Gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Across this country, we shed tears for the children who are killed, for the parents who are killed, for the girlfriends who are killed. In this chamber, we shed tears for the parents and the fathers who are killed, for the children and the sons who are killed. But we cannot only grieve, we cannot only give our tears, we must act. And today we get to act. Today is the first step towards addressing the pandemic of violence and suffering at the loss of life to guns, to gun violence. New Mexico already has passed similar laws. We believe in protecting our children. We believe in protecting our women. Those who oppose this law clearly do not. The Congressional Hispanic Caucus understands that Latinos are too often killed by guns. But today we act, and I stand up in support of this action because not acting is an insult to the
Gentlewoman's time's expired.
vast majority of our constituents who want this.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Higgins.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The leading cause of death of kids in America is now gun violence. 110 Americans die every day in America because of gun violence. 5 weeks ago, 10 people from my community of Buffalo, New York, were shot dead by a white supremacist who planned an attack, drove 300 miles to Buffalo in the black community of our city. I often including there was a retired police officer by the name of Aaron Salter, 30-year veteran of the Buffalo Police Department. He was working security that day. Someone once said that the best way to stop a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. Officer Aaron Salter was a good guy with a gun, but he didn't stand a chance. He didn't stand a chance because he was outgunned and out-equipped. Our police officers in America, in Buffalo and throughout the country, are outgunned by the bad guys. They're outprotected by the bad guys. This bill certainly...
Gentleman's time's expired.
I yield back
New
the
York
balance of my time.
reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Foster.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, when I first took office in March of 2008, one of my first official acts was to attend memorial services for the 17 students killed and injured in the mass shootings at Northern Illinois University. And in the 14 years since, I have attempted to comfort families in my communities again and again, suffering from gun violence like incidents at the shooting incident at Henry Pratt. But until today, we had nothing to offer them but our thoughts and prayers, and what we are going to pass today may not be enough, but it is a start. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to my friend, the co-chair of the Second Amendment Caucus, Mr. Massey.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the gentleman from Ohio. The Democrats today described this Senate bill as a step forward. If you're saving lives, it's a step backwards, folks. If you're banning guns, it's a small step forward. Yes, in fact, it is. Almost everybody on the other side of the aisle today has said it doesn't go far enough. What do they mean? Well, it's a red flag law bill, and they want to take all of the guns from some of the people, but it doesn't go far enough for them because it doesn't yet take all of the guns from all of the people. That's their goal. Who has taken a step forward? Which institution, which branch of government? Well, actually, if you're counting how many lives are going to be saved, you have to consider that the Supreme Court is the institution, the branch of government that has taken 2 steps forward in the last 48 hours to save life. One of those steps was to reaffirm the Heller decision that men and women in this country have the right to defend their own lives. But the second step taken today was to affirm that the states have the right the state legislatures have the right to defend the lives of the unborn. This bill is ineffective, unconstitutional, and ill-conceived, without consideration for the dangerous unintended consequences. Did the drafters consider that changing the definition of gun dealer to be more ambiguous is going to make every American a gun dealer when they transfer a gun to a friend or a family member? Did the senators consider in their sleep deprivation when they drafted this bill hurriedly late at night that using childhood mental health records as a basis for denying adults their basic rights to self-defense is going to discourage many parents from seeking mental health care for their children? If children who need it go without mental health care and early intervention, their conditions will grow worse. We will see more suicides, and we will see more mass shootings. Unfortunately and inevitably, this bill will cost more lives than it will save. Red flag laws are going to have the same effect that considering mental health care for children will have. People will not seek mental health care, and we'll see more damage to the American public. If politicians here were serious, and they're not serious, they're going to come back. They'll be back. You'll be back here 6 months, year. You want another bite at the apple to ban guns because this bill won't do it. This bill won't do what you say. If you were serious, you would acknowledge that 96% of mass public shootings happen in an area where guns are banned, and they would repeal the prohibitions that keep law-abiding citizens from exercising their God-given rights enshrined in the Second Amendment. And I yield back to the gentleman from Ohio.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Members are reminded to direct their marks to the chair. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Gomez.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the bipartisan Safer Communities Act in honor and memory of one of my constituents who was killed in the Las Vegas mass shooting in October 2017, Michelle Vo. I also rise in the memory of the kids that were killed in Uvalde, Texas, in Parkland, in Stony Hook. I rise in all their memories. And I also rise in the fact that I will have a newborn child on August 8th. And that child in a few years will be going off to school. And I'll be worried about that child will be put in danger because he's going off to school where there is mass shootings across this country. I rise in support of this because it's a small step forward to prevent the loss of life. And in the end, it comes down to one simple question, as my colleague from Northern California posed. Are you with the kids, or are you with the killers? Are you with the victims, or are you with the killers? I choose the victims, I choose the kids, and I choose the countless lives we will save because we will pass this law.
Gentleman's
Thank
time
you
is
so
expired.
much.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Perlmutter.
Gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman. Let's start with the beginning of the Constitution. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, and promote the general welfare. That's how our Constitution starts, to uphold the premise of the Declaration of Independence, of freedom to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. This bill helps us move forward because it helps us with life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. My friend complains about the red flag rule. It helps us with those individuals who suffer from domestic violence, who have suicidal ideation. But it helps the families destroyed at Columbine in my area and at the Aurora movie theater. This bill that I am so happy to advance today is pro-Constitution, pro-freedom, and pro-liberty. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the experience has taught me when you have to say a bill is constitutional, it's probably not. When you have to say a bill adheres to due process, it probably doesn't. And this bill certainly doesn't. We reserve the balance of our time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms. Chu.
Gentlewoman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
I stand here in strong support of the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. It was just 1 year ago when a young man went into the store and bought a gun and just hours later went to an Asian spa in the Atlanta, Georgia area to murder Asian women. Then he drove 27 miles away and to 2 more Asian spas to kill more Asian women. In all, he killed 8 people, including 6 Asian women. They were mothers, grandmothers, daughters, and I will never forget the tears and sobs of their loved ones when we went down to Georgia to visit. So to see that again in Buffalo and Uvalde, where families had their lives ripped apart in an instant, is more heartache than our country can bear. The Bipartisan Safer Communities Act is an important step forward. There will be enhanced background checks for gun purchasers under 21, provide funds for states for flag laws, and close the boyfriend loophole. This bill will save
Gentlewoman's
lives.
time has expired. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
We're prepared to close, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I urge a no vote on this legislation. Proponents say that this bill doesn't violate due process. Nothing can be further from the truth. You haven't been charged with a crime, but there's a hearing that you're not allowed to be at. You can't be present there, a hearing where you don't have a lawyer, and a hearing where a judge can take your property. So again, just to underscore this, you haven't been charged with the crime. There's a hearing where your property and your rights are at stake. You're not allowed to be there. Your lawyer's not allowed to be there. You can't confront your accuser, but they can take your gun. They can take your property. They can take your Second Amendment liberty. And here's the scariest part of all. As my friend from Kentucky just pointed out, the Democrats say, this is just the first step. This doesn't go far enough. Holy cow. So that kind of proceeding doesn't go far enough when it comes to your Second Amendment liberties. One of the key things that separates this great nation from all other countries is how we have due process in our justice system. This bill takes it away. No other way to put it. You can say all day long that it doesn't violate due process, but as I said just a few minutes ago, every time I hear that, experience has taught me that it most certainly does. When you have to say it, it probably does. In this case, it is certainly violating due process, and for that reason alone, there are other problems, but for that reason alone, we should vote no. And again, the scariest thing of all is they're saying, oh, this is just the first step. This doesn't go far enough. Imagine where they want to take us. Their beef is with the Second Amendment. They want it to go away. Don't let it happen. I urge a no vote and yield back the balance of our time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the difference between this country and other countries is only that in this country do we have mass shootings and mass murders of children. No other country has them. We know from the experience in New Jersey, as Ms. Sherrill told us, that when we pass strong gun control legislation, we can greatly reduce the number of children and adults shot. But we hear from the other side of the aisle, no, we don't want to do that. They are right. This legislation is the beginning. This legislation is not perfect. It is a bipartisan compromise. It's not nearly what we should do. It's not nearly what the House did. But it is a beginning. And it is a beginning at saving lives in this country. And anyone who stands in its way is standing in the way of saving lives in this country. I will not allow myself or anyone I associate with to stand in the way of saving lives. many lives. And again, I remind you, this is the only country that has it, and it is not because we are more mentally ill than other countries. It's because we do not have the gun control laws that other countries do. And so I urge everyone to vote for this bill as a good beginning, and I yield back.
All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1204, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the motion by the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We would ask for a roll call vote.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by an electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. Okay. For what purposes, the gentleman from South Carolina?
The Speaker is a member designated by Mr. Duncan pursuant to House Resolution 8.1. I inform the House that Mr. Duncan will vote nay on Senate Bill 2938.
Does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Caston of Illinois, I inform the House that he will vote yea on S 2938.
California seek recognition.
As the member designated by Representatives Danny Davis, Tlaib, Jayapal, Allred, Cardenas, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on the motion to concur on S 2938.
For what purposes, the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Congresswoman Boebert and Congressman Heiss pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Boebert and Congressman Heiss will vote nay on S 2938.
For what purposes, gentlemen from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Sheila Jackson Lee of Texas, I inform the House that Ms. Lee will vote yes on the motion to concur on S 2938.
For what purposes? For what purposes, gentlemen from Ohio seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Turner of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Turner will vote yea on S 2938.
For what purposes, gentlemen from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Gibbs of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Gibbs will vote nay on S 2938.
For what purposes, the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Rob Whitman from the great state of Virginia, I inform the House that Mr. Whitman will be voting no on S 2938. Thank you, sir.
This gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Carter of Louisiana, Ms. Bush of Missouri, Ms. Wilson of Florida, Ms. Sharfless McCormick of Florida, and Mr. Johnson of Georgia, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the motion to concur on S 2938.
For what purposes, the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by the Honorable Ayanna Pressley, I inform the House that Ms. Pressley will vote aye on the motion to concur on S 2938.
For what purposes, the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Winstrup of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Winstrup will vote no on S 2938. Thank you.
For what purposes, gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
Well, thank you there, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mrs. Vicky Hartzler from Missouri, I inform the House that Ms. Hartzler will vote no on S 2938.
For what purposes, the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Frankel, I inform the House that she will vote yes on the motion to concur on S 2938.
For what purposes, the gentlewoman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mrs. Sparks from Indiana, I inform the House that Mrs. Sparks will vote nay on S 2938.
For what purposes does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. William Timmons of South Carolina and Congressman Doug Lambert of Colorado, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons and Mr. Lambert vote nay on S. 2938.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Takano and Mr. Bowman, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the motion to concur on S. 2938.
For what purposes does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Albio Sears, Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman, Mr. Donald Payne, Ms. Lizzie Fletcher, Mr. Bill Pascrell, and Mr. Mike Doyle, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the motion to concur on S. 2938.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Stubbe of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will vote no on S. 2938.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Speaker Carbajal, in recognition of your great service to our country and as the member designated by Ms. Porter, Ms. Strickland, Ms. Hayes, Mr. Keating, Mr. Rush, Mr. Swazi, Chairman Jeffries, Mr. Krishnamurthy, Ms. Underwood, and Mr. Gottheimer, I inform the House that these 10 members will vote proudly on the motion, yes, on the motion to concur on S. 2938.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Wasserman Schultz, Lawson, and Christ, I inform the House that these members will proudly vote yes on the motion to concur in Senate Bill 2938.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Bordeaux, Costa, Barragan, and Espaillat, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on motion to concur on S. 2938.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Jacobs will vote yea on Senate Bill 2938.
Texas? For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. LaMalfa, I inform the House that Mr. LaMalfa will vote nay on S. 2938.
I'm going to do that. Actually, I'm going to do
For what purposes does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, the member designated by Mr. Jimenez of Florida, as the member designated by Mr. Jimenez of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Jimenez will vote nay on S 2938.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cawthorn of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote no on S 2938.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the designee from Mr. Brian Babin of Texas, and as the designee of Mr. John Carter of Texas, and as the designee of Mr. Louis Gohmert of Texas, while I allow, I'm here to tell the House that they're going to vote nay on S 2938.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Taylor of the great state of Texas, inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote no on S 2938.
Does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition? Well, does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Member designated by Mr. Auchincloss, Ms. Bonamici, Mr. McKeechin, Mr. Chuy Garcia, Ms. Moore, Mr. Cohen, Ms. Newman, and Mr. DeSagne. I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the motion to concur on S 2938.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mrs. Walorski from the great state of Indiana, and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mrs. Walorski will vote no on the Senate amendment to Senate Bill 2938.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Manning of North Carolina pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Representative Manning will vote yea on S-2938.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Guest of Mississippi and Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, I inform the House that Mr. Guest and Mr. Palazzo will both vote nay on S-2938. Thank you, sir.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bernice Johnson of Texas, Ms. Stansberry of New Mexico, Ms. Brown of Ohio, and Mr. Moulton of Massachusetts, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the motion to concur on S-2938.
What purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Dr. Van Drew of New Jersey, I inform the House that Dr. Van Drew will vote no on S-2938. Additionally, as a member designated by Mr. Hal Rogers of Kentucky, I inform the House that Mr. Rogers will also vote no on S-2938.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Khanna, I inform the House that he will vote yes on the motion to concur on S-2938.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated for Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote yes on Senate 2938.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. David Price of North Carolina, I inform the House of Representatives that Mr. Price will vote yes on the Senate amendments to the House amendments to S 2938 in honor of his wife, Lisa Price.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Barr of Kentucky, I inform the House that Mr. Barr will vote no on S 2938. I misstated. Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Barr of Kentucky, I inform the House that Mr. Barr will vote nay on Senate Bill 2938.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Rice of South Carolina, from the House, Mr. Rice will vote yea on S 2938. As the member designated by Mr. Kakko of New York, I inform the House Mr. Kakko will vote yea on S 2938. And as a member designated by Mr. Kinzinger of Illinois, I inform the House Mr. Kinzinger will vote yea on S 2938.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? On this vote, the yeas are 234. The nays are 193. The motion is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The motion is adopted.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. What purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I welcome Luria Bertolacio and her family to Washington, D.C. to celebrate her great accomplishment. Luria is 2022's winner of the Pennsylvania 15th Congressional District 2022 Congressional Art Contest. The annual art competition, organized by the Congressional Institute, showcases the creative talents of high school students from across every congressional district in the country. Luria has just finished her sophomore year at Forest Hills High School, located in Sidman, Pennsylvania. Her work, Girl with a Pearl Earring, is an acrylic painting on canvas. This year, 81 students entered Pennsylvania's 15th Congressional District art competition. Luria's work was selected by a panel of independent judges. The 2022 competition had our largest numbers of entries to date. All the winning pieces from around the country will be displayed for the year in the Cannon Tunnel, where they'll be on display for members of Congress, staff, and those who visit the Capitol every day. Once again, I'd like to congratulate Luria on her remarkable achievement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition? Are there any further 1-minute requests? Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at this time, I'm very proud to have a dear friend and colleague on the floor with me, and I am pleased to yield such time as she may consume to her, the Honorable Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. I now yield to the lady.
Thank you so much, Representative Green, for yielding your time. Now, I believe we're here today. Today is a very heavy day for so many of us across the country. Every single one of us has woken up today with less rights than we had yesterday. And pregnant people in particular are in more danger in the United States today than we were yesterday as a result of the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. I think what we're experiencing here, it's important to tell the truth of what's going on. And with so many individuals out here, I think it's important for us to also tackle this myth that this is somehow about babies or children or life. Because the same individuals who claim to be protecting life fight against universal health care. Do they believe in universal child care? Do they believe in life after birth? From their policy positions, I assure you, the evidence is lacking. A life that claims to be protecting the lives of children, or rather a party and individuals who claim to protect the lives of children just weeks after over a dozen children died in Texas, now claim to support their life, the lives of the young. Who are we protecting? Who does this protect? No one. Overturning Roe puts every single one of us in danger. And And what I think many of our colleagues perhaps haven't quite, or perhaps they have fully understood, is that this also undermines the right to privacy in the United States of America. But we are here to solve this issue. Our job is to develop a path forward. And in that, we know that this House has passed and is willing to codify Roe. But what we also need is answers from our colleagues in the United States Senate. So to those senators who voted for these justices under the claim and the guise that this would not happen, this decision falls on them, what will they do? As they were lied to. What will they do as a consequence of this decision? Whether that be Republican or Democrat. But we cannot allow this to go on unanswered. We are talking about a court with the majority of justices appointed by a party that has not won a popular presidential election more than once in 30 years, ruling against the majority of Americans. We have a Senate that is controlled by minority rule. And we have a House suffering from the impacts of gerrymandering that amplifies and undermines our democracy. We are in a very dangerous moment, not just for women, not just for LGBT communities, not just for all of us, but we are in a dangerous moment in the world because this is not just about the right to choice. This is about rule of law and democracy and who is a full person in the eyes of the law. But to all of those who are watching today's events unfold in fear, in anger, in rage, in depression, in anxiety, one thing remains steady: that we will not stop fighting until this is fixed. And I say that to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. We are not going away. We stay. We fight. We push. And we will not be silenced. With that, I yield back to the gentleman. Thank you very much.
I thank the gentlelady for messaging, and I assure her that I will be a part of that fight. There are some fights that you cannot escape. I believe that women should have the right to choose. It's not my choice. It's the choice of the woman. I hope that we will see a time when the Supreme Court will realize that it has made a mistake that has to be corrected. But today I'm here primarily and principally to talk about a state of affairs in Texas. Sadly, regrettably, and unfortunately, the GOP, the grand old party, the party of Lincoln, has degenerated and devolved into what I call the COT, the cult of Trump. The party of Lincoln has devolved into the cult of Trump. It is no longer the Lincolnian party firmly planted on the bedrock of democratic principles, government of the people, by the people, for the people. It has deteriorated into the Trumpian party firmly planted on the dubious ground of, quote, government of Trump, by Trump, for Trump. This is best evidenced and evinced by juxtaposing the public policy stands taken by the GOP with the public policy stands codified and voted on by the Texas Republican Party, the COT, the cult of Trump, on June 18, 2022, at their party convention in Houston, Texas. In juxtaposing, the GOP, the party of Lincoln, took a stand and fought to keep the Union together. The COT, the cult of Trump, has taken a stand to secede from the Union. Literally, Texas now, under Republican leadership, desires to leave the Union. When I say Republican leadership, I mean those persons who participated in the convention. The governor sent a message. State elected officials were a party to it, either directly or in some vicarious way. They were all affiliated and associated. They know about this vote that was taken. And either they voted for it or they have acquiesced to it. The GOP, the party of Lincoln, historically accepted and participated in the peaceful transfer of presidential power. The COT, the cult of Trump, rejects the certified results of the 2022 presidential election and holds that President Biden was not legitimately elected by the people. This is all news that has taken place in the state of Texas recently, as of June 18, 2022. Texas, wanting to leave the Union by and through the GOP, now the cult of Trump, and also the Texas Republican Party, indicating that President Biden is not the president. And they went so far as to say they reject the certified results of the 2022 presidential election that holds that President Biden was elected, but they say not legitimately elected. And lastly, of the many things that I could mention, but it is something that is critical to people of color and women, the GOP, the party of Lincoln, forged the 15th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, recognizing the right of former slaves to vote. And under the hand of GOP President George W. Bush, a 25-year reauthorization of the Voting Rights Act was signed into law. On the other hand, the COT, the cult of Trump, urges that the Voting Rights Act of 1965, codified and updated in 1973, be repealed, not reauthorized. The Texas former Republican Party, now the cult of Trump, would repeal and not reauthorize the Voting Rights Act. Should this happen, the gender complexion and diversity of the Congress will change significantly. And here is why. In 1965, when our dear colleague and brother, John Lewis, crossed the Edmund Pettus Bridge on what we now call Bloody Sunday, when he crossed the Edmund Pettus Bridge that day, he had to sense what fate was awaiting him on the other side of the bridge. I'm not sure that he anticipated it would be as dastardly imposed as it was. But as he approached the bridge, and I've been to the bridge many times, it has a zenith, it has a crest. And as you approach the crest, you can see what awaits you on the other side. On Bloody Sunday in 1965, peaceful protesters marching from Selma to Montgomery, peaceful, meaning no one harm, simply wanting to peacefully demonstrate that they were willing to walk to a city that for years had been a place where there had been persons who were being mistreated, not having the opportunity to vote as other people were voting. But in any event, walking, and they came upon the police, the constabulary on horses. And I spoke to my friend John Lewis about this. He said he thought he was going to die because they started beating them. And they beat them all the way back to the church where they started. It was a sad day in history. Sad day in the history of this country, sad day in the history of the world. The camera's eye caught what was happening, and it was broadcast around the world. A president from Texas, Lyndon Johnson, wanted to do what he ultimately did, but didn't have the momentum to get it done until Bloody Sunday, when people saw the meanness, the hate, there's just a desire to harm peaceful people. When they saw all of this, it gave him that momentum that he had been seeking. And I admire him. He was able to get the Voting Rights Act of 1965 signed. That Voting Rights Act of 1965 changed the diversity in Congress, the complexion of Congress, and the agenda of Congress. This is the same Voting Rights Act, my dear friends, that this cult in Texas, the cult of Trump, the COT, no longer the grand old party, the GOP, they would not reauthorize it, they would repeal it. President Johnson signed the Voting Rights Act. At the time he signed it, in 1965, in the 89th Congress, there were 4 Asian members, 4. There were 4 Latino members, 6 black members, 13 women. 4 Asians in 1965. Now, fast forward to 2022, the 117th Congress. 21 Asian members. Before the Voting Rights Act became law, there were 4. 2022, 21. Before the Voting Rights Act, 4 Latino members. 2022, 52. The Voting Rights Act has afforded opportunities that were not there prior to Bloody Sunday. 6 black members in 1965. 2022, 61 black members. I'm proud to be one of them. 61. And I would dare say that but for the Voting Rights Act of 1965, I would not be one of the 61. The Voting Rights Act of 1965 has made a difference in the complexion of Congress. 13 women in 1965. 2022, 151 women. You see, when the Voting Rights Act of 65 made it possible for African Americans to have these opportunities, it did open the door for others as well. It opened the door for people of color. They were not the slaves that benefited from the 13th Amendment, but they were people who benefited from the Voting Rights Act of 1965. It also provided people in my congressional district to have the ballot printed in more than one language. Houston is a polyglot city, many languages spoken. The ballot in the 9th Congressional District, where I'm fortunate enough to serve, is printed in 4 different languages: English, Spanish, Vietnamese, and Chinese. Voting Rights Act made that possible. It has been reauthorized and amended such that language has been made a part of the Voting Rights Act, giving people the opportunity to simply vote in a language that they understand. Some people would say, well, they should all speak English. Well, there's some native Alaskans who don't necessarily find English as their native tongue. They're citizens. They ought to be able to vote. There are people who acquire citizenship, speak another language, speak English well enough to have the kinds of conversations that can help you in your daily life. But when you're casting a vote for President of the United States or some other public office, judgeships, it would serve people well to be able to do this with the language that they're most comfortable with. Hence, we have the ballot in these 4 languages. The Voting Rights Act of 1965 has made and continues to make a difference, notwithstanding the fact that a portion of it, a significant portion, has been eviscerated. We still have Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act to help prevent invidious discrimination that Texas is known for, by the way. Texas is the home of invidious discrimination. Texas has twice left its place in countries where slavery was not acceptable, and rather than remain, Texas has seceded. Texas left Mexico because of slavery, and Texas left the United States because of slavery. So the Voting Rights Act of 1965 has made a difference, but the state of Texas, through many of its agents, and especially those associated with the cult of Trump, formerly known as the GOP, the Grand Old Party, many of those agents would repeal the Voting Rights Act, which would make a great difference in who speaks at this microphone, who walks the halls of Congress. It seems that in Texas, if you can't conform with the law and you don't want to, you just simply change the law. And that's what they seek to do now, to change the law rather than allow the diversity to exist that we currently see. They would change the law and roll back the clock. And I assure you, the diversity that we currently experience would cease to exist. So I'm here to say that the Voting Rights Act of 1965 must be reauthorized. It must be. I understand that the Supreme Court seems to be hostile to the rights of minorities, hostile to the rights of women. My dear friend, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, spoke quite eloquently on the subject. I indicated that this was my last topic as it relates to the cult in Texas, but I do have to confess that in Texas, the former GOP now the cult of Trump, bans abortions or would ban abortions, this is what they've codified and published, would ban abortion from the moment of fertilization. That means that there will be no legal abortions in Texas from the moment of fertilization. I do have sympathy for women who are raped. There will be no options. From the moment of fertilization, it appears, at least to some, that this would also mean even if the mother's life is in question. This is as draconian as a law can be. Women should have the right to choose. It's their body. I can have opinions, but they have to deal with the reality. And it's not an easy reality for many women to confront. So this is something they should have the opportunity to talk to with their most trusted confidants and make hard choices. I don't wish the choice upon anyone, but I do think that women ought to have that choice. And my hope is that, as I indicated earlier, I'll live long enough to see a Supreme Court that will realize that Roe versus Wade, the decision in Roe versus Wade, was a decision that gave women the opportunity to make choices that only they should have the opportunity to make. Mr. Speaker, these are some very difficult times. I see many people celebrating, but I also know that when I called a friend to discuss this, there were many tears being shed. And not everybody is happy today. For many people, this is a very dark day in the life of our country. Just yesterday, or a day before, the days run together sometimes when you're up late, the Supreme Court ruled that you can carry your gun openly, notoriously. I don't want to live in a world where my safety is dependent upon my having a automatic Kalashnikov Model 47 or some replica of an AR-15. I don't want my safety to depend upon my having the quickest draw. I don't want to resolve my disputes with a gun. I just think this is a very difficult time for us. And my prayer is that we'll have persons in the Senate who will understand that there's little time left for us to make a difference. We have the House, meaning Democrats, we have the Senate, and we have the presidency. There's just little time left, but there's enough time left for us to make a difference if we choose to. And my prayer is that those senators will understand that either we take up our agenda now or we risk not having the opportunity to take it up within the foreseeable future. That's what we risk. I hope that they will see that now is the time to deal with a woman's right to choose. The legislation is there. Now is the time to deal with gun safety laws that can prevent 18-year-olds from having weapons of war. Now is the time to take up voting rights so that all persons will have an equal opportunity to serve. Now is the time to take up an agenda that will make America the beautiful, a more beautiful America. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Thank you. You have a good couple weeks, okay? All right, we'll do the cover period. You guys can knock them. No, we
Okay, I'm gonna knock out one thing here real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Susan, you ready to go on the letter? First is gonna be the chair lays before the House a communication. Chair lays before the House.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, Madam, pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, following consultation with the Office of Attending a Physician, I write to provide you further notification that the public health emergency due to the novel coronavirus SARS-CoV-2 remains in effect. Signed sincerely, William J. Walker, Sergeant at Arms.
The chair announces the extension pursuant to Section 3 of House Resolution 8 and effective June 29, 2022 of the covered period designated on January 4th, 2021. Pursuant to Section 11B of House Resolution 188, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. on Tuesday, June 28, 2022.